just need to know what's on your mind. Tell me what you're needing. You can call my name, I'll be around. Dum da da, dum dum da da, dum da da, dum dum da da, dum dum. The sky is falling. Dum dum da da, dum dum da da, dum da da, dum dum da da. That will keep you safe and sound. Dum da da, dum dum da da, dum da da, dum dum da da, dum dum. The sky is falling. Dum dum da da, dum dum da da, dum da da, dum dum da da. That will keep you safe and sound. Dum da da, dum dum da da, dum da da, dum dum da da. I just need a reason.
The Social Media Masterclass. The Social Media Masterclass. We're about to be with you very soon. We're glad that you've tuned in early, and we will be with you very, very soon. Just hang in there. We're about to start. 1 o'clock, and we're starting Social Media Masterclass. We know. I heard the audio. It was just too loud. Yeah, it was just too loud. So we just reduced it.
I just need a reason. I just need to know what's on your mind. Tell me what you're needing. You can call my name, I'll be around. Dum da da, dum dum da da, dum da da, dum dum da da, dum dum. The sky is falling, dum dum da da, dum dum da da, dum da da, dum dum da da. That will keep you safe and sound. Dum da da, dum dum da da, dum da da, dum dum da da, dum dum. The sky is falling, dum dum da da.
By the way, Theodore Kumalo, we see you. Success in Global, we see you. We can see people are logging in. We're about to start. I repeat, success in Global, we see you. Theodore Global, we see you.
I just need a reason. I just need to know what's on your mind. Tell me what you're needing.
Success in Dogo, we see you. Theodore Kumalo, we see you that you've logged in, you're early. This is going to be a great experience.
I just need a reason.
Eish, mogata.
Are you aware that your backlights are not working?
Ma'am, are you aware that you're blinding my eyes with that torch?
Yeah, Booty. We ask the questions and you answer.
Hey, Bathroom, do you know who I am?
Sir, no, we don't know who you are. Please step out of the car. Oh, you're even on your phone. You're under arrest. Out of the car.
Can I know my rights?
Sir, you have the right to remain silent.
Do you know who I am?
Papa, we don't know who you are. In the car.
People need to know you when you're growing your business. That's why you should invest in marketing solutions that will connect you to your target audience.
Say, my bro, what are you doing over here?
Things you don't know why.
Don't worry, my bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Don't worry, my bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
But what do you mean?
Relax, my bro. I'm not gonna be here for long.
Hi.
What do you think of teacher trolls?
Well, it's free advertising, so we welcome them.
What do you think about marketing?
Well, marketing is important because you can have the greatest products and services in the world. But what's the point if people don't know about them? So you need to get your name out there.
Do you think it's gonna work?
Absolutely. Our clients are well taken care of.
Is that him? It is him.
Hi, my name is Mr. Ditshego.
Oh, we know who you are, sir.
I'm here to release my client, Mr. Michael Fenter.
Mr. Michael Fenton, you're free to go.
But what about me?
You see, people know me around here. Call this company.
Ish. And I know this company.
You should have called them because you know who they are, but we still don't know who you are.
Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Crafting stories, shaping brands, designing a world of possibilities.
Elevate your brand's industry presence as your inspiring voice shapes innovation, perspectives, and success.
A picture tells 1,000 words. Discover the extraordinary influence of photography to ignite your brand.
The spark of a true marketing success lies not only in promoting your brand, but in creating something worth talking about.
Discover the true essence of web design as we decode your marketing objectives and transcend the limitations.
Cut. At the end of the day, cinematography is how we tell your story.
We believe people are our biggest asset. Through our talented, dedicated
What about me?
You see, people know me around here. Call this company.
Ish. And I know this company.
You should have called them because you know who they are, but we still don't know who you are.
Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Crafting stories, shaping brands, designing a world of possibilities.
Elevate your brand's industry presence as your inspiring voice shapes innovation, perspectives, and success.
A picture tells 1,000 words. Discover the extraordinary influence of photography to ignite your brand.
The spark of a true marketing success lies not only in promoting your brand, but in creating something worth talking about.
Discover the true essence of web design as we decode your marketing objectives and transcend the limitations.
Cut. At the end of the day, cinematography is how we tell your story.
We believe people are our biggest asset. Through our talented, dedicated team, we are ideally positioned to enable boundless potential.
The CEO is like the conductor of an orchestra who ignites the torch on the pathway of your potential. Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
In a world where businesses strive to make their mark, there is a force that empowers them to transcend boundaries and reach unprecedented heights. Welcome to the realm of Ditshego Media, where dreams transform into reality. Here, within the walls of innovation and creativity, a team of experts harness the power of strategic marketing to ignite the growth of companies like yours. Through a harmonious blend of digital sorcery, data wizardry, and authentic creativity, we craft bespoke marketing solutions tailored to your unique vision. Our expertise amplifies your voice, ensuring it reaches the right audience at the right time. Witness the transformation as startups blossom into industry leaders and established companies achieve new milestones. Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Bogata.
Are you aware that your backlights are not working?
Ma'am, are you aware that you're blinding my eyes with that torch?
Yeah, Booty. We ask the questions and you answer.
Hey, Bathroom, do you know who I am?
Sir, no, we don't know who you are. Please step out of the car. Oh, you're even on your phone. You're under arrest. Out of the car.
Can I know my rights?
Sir, you have the right to remain silent.
You know who I am?
Papa, we don't know who you are. In the car.
People need to know you when you're growing your business. That's why you should invest in marketing solutions that will connect you to your target audience.
Say, my bro, what are you doing over here?
Thing is, they don't know who I am.
Don't worry, my bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Don't worry, my bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
But what do you mean?
Relax, my bro. I'm not gonna be here for long.
Hi.
What do you think of teacher trolls?
Well, it's free advertising, so we welcome them.
What do you think about marketing?
Well, marketing is important because you can have the greatest products and services in the world. But what's the point if people don't know about them? So you need to get your name out there.
Do you think it's gonna work?
Absolutely. Our clients are well taken care of.
Is that him? It is him.
Hi, my name is Mr. Ditshego.
Oh, we know who you are, sir.
I'm here to release my client, Mr. Michael Fenter.
Mr. Michael Fenter, you're free to go.
But what about me?
You see, people know me around here. Call this company.
Ish. And I know this company.
You should have called them because you know who they are, but we still don't know who you are.
Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Crafting stories, shaping brands, designing a world of possibilities.
Elevate your brand's industry presence as your inspiring voice shapes innovation, perspectives, and success.
A picture tells 1,000 words. Discover the extraordinary influence of photography to ignite your brand.
The spark of a true marketing success lies not only in promoting your brand, but in creating something worth talking about.
Discover the true essence of web design as we decode your marketing objectives and transcend the limitations.
Cut. At the end of the day, cinematography will tell your story.
We believe people are our biggest asset. Through our talented, dedicated team, we are ideally positioned to enable boundless potential.
The CEO is like the conductor of an orchestra who ignites the torch on the pathway of your potential. Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
In a world where businesses set boundaries and reach unprecedented heights. Welcome to the realm of Ditshego Media, where dreams transform into reality. Here, within the walls of innovation and creativity, a team of experts harness the power of strategic marketing to ignite the growth of companies like yours. Through a harmonious blend of digital sorcery, data wizardry, and authentic creativity, we craft bespoke marketing solutions tailored to your unique vision. Our expertise amplifies your voice, ensuring it reaches the right audience at the right time. Witness the transformation as startups blossom into industry leaders and established companies achieve new milestones. Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Social Media Masterclass with Ditshego Media. It's hosted by me, the CEO of Ditshego Media, Ditshego, and I'd like to congratulate you for making it.
Are you aware that your backlights are not working?
Let's give you a round of applause. Well done for making it.
We ask the questions and you answer.
Complacency.
Do you know who I am?
The enemy
Sir,
of
no, we
progress.
don't know who you are.
Because
Please step
there
out of
is
the car.
always
Oh, you're
someone
even on your phone. You're under
willing
arrest.
to make the most
Out of the car.
of what you take
Can I know my rights?
Sir, you
can
have
now
the
look
right
at
to
your
remain
screen.
silent.
You know who I am.
Papa, we don't know who you are.
Social
In the
media
car.
marketing
People
manual.
need to know you when you're growing your business. That's why you should invest in
hold on
marketing
for 1
solutions
second,
that will connect you to your target audience.
What are you?
We'll be back. Just give me 1 second. So the advert is playing on top. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to once again congratulate you for making it to the social media masterclass. And as we always say, that complacency is the enemy of progress, because there is always someone ready to make the most of what you take for granted. So I'm just waiting for a thumbs up from my technical producers, Ritsidi Sitswe, Matlabe, Naledi Sikwane, Tuto Ditshego. They've given me the thumbs up, and so we're ready to rock and roll. So we always speak about the impact of marketing in a society, how marketing can take your brand, your career, and a country to the next level. You will find that your country, the beautiful country of South Africa, is one that has so much potential. But also, it has so many stories that have yet to be celebrated, as they should. I mean, if you look around, firstly, we thank the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture for making this possible. This is hosted by Ditshego Media. I'm the CEO of Ditshego Media. I'm also a board member of the Public Relations Institute of Southern Africa. I'm the president of the South African Graduates Business Network. I'm a counselor in the Marketing, Advertising, and Communication Charter Council, the MAC Charter Council. And I am also the chairperson of the Fundraising, Finance, and Governance Committee of the MAC Charter Council. I'm a Mandela Washington Fellow. I'm an alumni of the Austrian Leadership Program for International Business Leaders. And we bring you the Social Media Masterclass. And we thank our sponsors, the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, for ensuring that we pursue nation building, social cohesion, as well as ensuring that our society is ready for the digital age. Now, why is it important for us to look into the impact of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture? When we talk about social cohesion and nation building, for a cohesive society to exist and for us to build a society that works, we must make sure that this society has a common vision, common purpose, and an agreement in terms of how are we going to get there. I'm sure there is a consensus in terms of the importance of the digital age, the importance of ensuring that young people and society at large is ready for the digital age, that we can pursue it in a manner that is rigorous, innovative, and productive. That we are not just spending our time on social media, but we are investing our time in social media. Now, there's a difference between being busy and being productive. Doing things is being busy. But doing things that are aligned to your goals is being productive. We want our nation to be productive, and also for our participation and contribution to social media to be productive. So we must have productive goals and objectives, and we must make sure that our actions are aligned to those goals. That is why we look at different ways in which we can enable society to be productive. So now we've got the table of contents of the social media masterclass before you. And before we go into that, we'll just mention that in order for you to qualify for a certificate of completion signed by me, the CEO of Ditshego Media, you must have attended this masterclass for at least 4 hours. Excuse me. Actually, it's at least 3 hours, but I will be conducting it for 4 hours. So out of the 4 hours, you must be here for at least 3 hours. Now, going back, we want to just make sure you have all the details you need to get your certificate. So after completing this masterclass, we are going to ask you to put your details in the chats. So the details will be your name, your surname, where you work, or where you are studying, or which business that you are operating. You can also mention what you are studying or what you have studied, your email address, and your hometown. So for example, if you are from Umhlaba Uyalingana, KZN, you will then say, my name is Temba Lerato Dlamini. I am a student at UKZN. I'm currently studying a national diploma in chemical engineering, and I am based in KwaZulu-Natal, Umhlaba Uyalingana. We want all those details. Now, why is this important? So that we can verify the details you are going to send to us to make sure that you are actually participating in the social media masterclass. Now, the hashtag we want you to use is hashtag social media masterclass. Hashtag social media masterclass. And we ask you and invite you to also share nuggets that you are learning on Twitter using the hashtag, to follow everyone who is using the hashtag on Twitter so that we can grow your audience, to retweet everyone who's using the hashtag. Don't be shy, use the hashtag. And then at the end of the social media masterclass, we then ask you to send an email to ditsegomedia@live.co.za. I'll ask Ditshego to put it in the chats. ditsegomedia@live.co.za, and attach your identification document. So your ID or your passport or your license. Attach it to the email and you will receive your certificate within 4 weeks of this masterclass. So once again, I do congratulate you for making it here. I'll give you a round of applause because you're a part of the productive youth of society. And we will repeat all the details later. And Ditshego will add them in the chats. Now we're ready. Here are the table of contents. So as you post on social media, you are free to quote us as you understood us and share all the nuggets that you are learning, just to make sure that other people also benefit using the hashtag social media masterclass. And we also emphasize, please do follow everyone who's using the hashtag on Twitter and retweet everyone who is posting today. So we will start with Module 1, which is the history of social media. This is going to surprise many people because many people are not aware that social media began in 1995. Ke a tseba gore go na le ma 2000 a leng teng mo social media masterclass ya rona. Kuna ma 2000 akhona siyazi. And ama 2000 wazalwa after i-social media iqala. Kodwa bazoyenza ngathi bayazi ukudlula thina millennials that were born before the 2000s. Amara soyikhuluma ke leyo. Indaba leyo siyikhuluma kahle. Tla ibua hantle taba e. Then we'll go to module 2, which is social media trends. So we will then release the latest statistics in terms of the usage of social media in South Africa. Facebook, Twitter, which is now called X, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn. We'll take you through the stats so that you understand which audiences you can tap into in order to make sure that you leverage your usage of social media. And essentially, we do want to provide you with the tools to leverage social media to advance your career and your business. Module 3, we will be talking about leveraging social media to harness customer value. Module 4, we will go into the psychology of social media. Module 5, we'll then discuss key concepts. Module 6, we will go into the research results of my Master of Business Administration study. It's a research dissertation which studied how the different social media advertisement platforms and tools impact customers' perception of value. And I think I deserve a round of applause because I am getting my MBA next month. So a round of applause to me. I actually got a distinction for macroeconomics. So doing my MBA while running a business, while being the president of the Public Relations Institute of Southern Africa, the president of the South African Graduates Business Network, a counselor in the Marketing, Advertising and Communication Charter Council. Doing all of that at once with distinction is something I'm very proud of. One more round of applause. All right, Module 7. We will then go into the cultural domains of social media content creation. How does culture impact your content creation? Module 8, we will then speak about diversity and inclusion through a strategy canvas that has been developed through the MBA. Module 9, we will talk about social media profile design. How do you design an impactful social media profile? Module 10, we will then take you through the social media strategy canvas. Module 11, designing strategic social media content. Module 12, measurement of social media campaigns. And then Module 13, which is a framework for social media content. Now, here is a quote that you can screen grab and post it on social media. I'm actually looking into making sure that we actually zoom into this because I want you to have a very good view of this. So I'm zooming into this, and you can just make sure that you can screen grab this. So just give me a second. I'm going to zoom into this. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to zoom into this. And then we'll go into all of the content that you need for this masterclass. All right, cool. So here it is. Being stagnant while your competition moves forward is the same as moving backwards. In fact, previously, I was actually saying round of applause, it didn't play. So now I'm giving you the round of applause one more time as we go through this social media masterclass. And congratulations for making it here. I want to make sure that you know that you're going to use this and you're going to save this on your CV. That's what we want you to do. Put this in your CV under training. Make sure that you do what not everybody has had the privilege to do. All right, cool. So let's go. Let's get to it. So on your screen, you now have my profile. I'll keep it there just for 2 seconds in case you just want to do a screen grab, and you can check it out at your own leisure. And then we've got the creative director, the award-winning, the excellent Naledi Sikwane. She deserves a bell right there. She deserves a round of applause. 2022 Prism Award Graphic Designer of the Year. Well done. Woo! Employee of the Year. She is doing amazing work for Ditshego Media, and we are honored to have her as a part of our team of excellence. And now, as I zoom out, we are going to go into the history of social media. So let's look at it. Let's look into the history of social media. Now, the first social media site that was successfully launched and sustained in the early 2000s with a global audience and that remained sustainable in 2022 and 2023 is the professional social media communications platform LinkedIn. So on the screen, you will see that it was founded in May 2003. Now, LinkedIn responded to the need for professional development, networking, and employment opportunities. In 2011, they made an initial public offering, making it one of the largest IPOs for a technology company since Google. In February 2004, Mark Zuckerberg launched Facebook. You'll see it there on the screen. In 2004, it was designed for students at Harvard Business School and eventually for the general public only in 2006. Classmates was the first social media platform launched. It was in December 1995 by Randy Conrads, who updated the site with profiles and friends lists. And in 2004, the company was acquired by United Online and rebranded under the auspices of Memory Lane. The second social media site was 6 Degrees. You'll see it there on the screen, which had a school association service with friends, listings, and profiles. So what you're going to realize there, from a marketing perspective, is that the social media platforms were actually targeted at specific target audiences. And that is how you create impactful products and services. Now, when I developed a book, and I'll just go to the screen right now. When I wrote a book called Kasi Nerd, it took me 6 weeks to write, publish, print. I was writing the book and publishing it specifically for a township called Kagiso in the West Rand. I looked at the demographics, psychographics, sociographics, and I saw that there are more than 800,000 people living in the greater Kagiso and Mogale City area. And then I said, if I could just reach 10% of that audience, I can sell 80,000 copies of this book. So the marketing campaign would have to focus on that. Now, it's one thing to create a product and service that is attractive. You can have the best products and services in the world. However, people have to be aware and attracted to the product and service for them to consume it. And so, yes, I think the book is really well written, very complex story that I told in Kasi Nerd. Very entertaining, and it follows riveting storytelling techniques that I used. I've always been someone who enjoyed writing songs, writing poetry, writing opinion pieces in media platforms. So setting aside 6 weeks for this project, I felt was worth it. But we needed a marketing strategy to go to market. And so I only looked at the market in Kagiso. But you will be shocked to find out that Stellenbosch in Cape Town, in the Western Cape, Stellenbosch, that is where Kasi Nerd was selling the fastest. Sandton, Stellenbosch, KZN. Whenever you brought the book in town, it would sell so quickly. And so it's the same thing that has happened to the social media platforms. You look at LinkedIn, you look at Facebook. LinkedIn had a very critical strategy that was focused within the professional development space. People are always looking at developing their network, keeping in touch with people in their network, but making sure that they have a broad perspective in terms of how they build their network, and making it easy through the development of a technology such as social media, specifically LinkedIn, was a smart idea. And then you look at Facebook, which was just for students in the residences and on campus. It was developed just for students to keep in touch, using technology for students to keep in touch. But now Facebook has over 25 million users in South Africa. And so it has now broadened its landscape. So even during my MBA, I learned that when you are developing your product and service and looking to go to market, have a specific person in mind who's going to buy it. Even if you have a specific gender, a specific age, where do they work? Where do they socialize? Have that in mind. Because that is going to allow you to know what they would want, what are they interested in, what are their interests, where do they hang out, how do they socialize, how do they use their time, and also the cultural domains that they follow. It'll help you to understand more intimately rather than looking at people as a block. Because if we're being honest, people do have similarities, but they are also very unique. And so I just wanted to have that as a segue and a caveat for you just to look at it in a much more complex fashion, especially in the context of social media. So 6 Degrees is declared to have surpassed 1 million users. And so you can look at the screen when 6 Degrees was formed in May 1997. But unfortunately, due to a lack of widespread internet connectivity at the time, the environment was not conducive to the platform's sustained success. The third social media site launched was Rise in October 2001. So you'll see it there on the screen, Rise. And it was launched by Adrian Scott, a professional social media platform very similar to LinkedIn. But look at the difference. It was launched in October 2001 and LinkedIn was launched in May 2003. So you can just imagine that perhaps it was because there wasn't much digital transformation at the time, and a lot of people didn't have computers in their house. You did have people with computers, but it wasn't as much as in 2003. And so you'll also notice that timing is also important beyond you having the right idea, you going to market, you understanding your target audience, but the timing in which you launch the platform is also critical. So sometimes you have the right idea, the right marketing strategy, and launch it at the wrong time, and then it does not see as much success as those that are launched at the right time. According to Yang in 2022, social media has become a critical platform customers use to determine their purchase intentions, leading are likely to share the same interest, catalyzing an increase in the likelihood of relational reverence. Social media statistics. Let's talk about psychological distance. What is psychological distance? And why is it? I mean, we can also look at provincially, personal and intrapersonal relationships. Because let's start at a relationship between two friends. There are always things where one party has a lower psychological distance than the other. Because of that, you need to make it clear why this is more important than you have perceived it to be. Organization. Let's just say that a very high work ethic, attention to detail, and constantly improving are values that an organization is aligned to. If you believe that having a high level of work ethic, attention to detail, and excellence in the manner in which you are constantly improving, if you believe that's not important, then it means the psychological distance between you and the organization's values is too large. You may look at work ethic in isolation and say, no, I work smart, I don't work hard. I don't see why sometimes we need to put in the work on weekends. I don't see why we should even work so hard during office hours. Why just laze around, listen to music, and do nothing? And then by the end of the month, I've got nothing to report on because I didn't put in the work. If I think that work ethic is not important, then our values are not aligned. And so where you have a misalignment in values, that is where you have a breakdown in relationships. So in romantic relationships, you may have one person who is an introvert and the other who is an extreme extrovert. The extrovert might have FOMO all the time. And whenever you need to go out, but your partner doesn't think that's so important. Maybe it's your anniversary on that specific day, and your partner thinks it's nicer to go to the movies, to go and have dinner, and maybe even specific view, or to have specific values. If there is a misalignment, that causes tension in the relationship. And so let's just pause quickly. We will be back in a moment. We just need to sort out a technical matter that it will be resolved in a moment. Just give us a second, and then we will resolve that and come back to you.
Is that him? It is him.
Hi, my name is Mr. Ditshego.
Oh, we know who you are, sir.
I'm here to release my client, Mr. Michael Fenter.
Mr. Michael Fenton, you're free to go.
But what about me?
You see, people know me around here. Call this company.
Ish. And I know this company.
You should have called them because you know who they are, but we still don't know who you are.
Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Crafting stories, shaping brands, designing a world of possibilities.
Elevate your brand's industry presence as your inspiring voice shapes innovation, perspectives, and success.
A picture tells 1,000 words. Discover the extraordinary influence of photography to ignite your brand.
The spark of a true marketing success lies not only in promoting your brand, but in creating something worth talking about.
Discover the true essence of web design as we decode your marketing objectives and transcend the limitations.
Cut. At the end of the day, cinematography is how we tell your story.
We believe people are our biggest asset. Through our talented, dedicated team, we're ideally positioned to enable boundless potential.
The CEO is like the conductor of an orchestra who ignites the torch on the pathway of your potential. Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
In a world where businesses strive to make their mark, there is a force that empowers them to transcend boundaries and reach unprecedented heights. Welcome to the realm of Ditshego Media, where dreams transform into reality. Here, within the walls of innovation and creativity, a team of experts harness the power of strategic marketing to ignite the growth of companies like yours. Through a harmonious blend of digital sorcery, data wizardry, and authentic creativity, we craft bespoke marketing solutions tailored to your unique vision. Our expertise amplifies your voice, ensuring it reaches the right audience at the right time. Witness the transformation as startups blossom into industry leaders and established companies achieve new milestones. Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Mogata.
Are you aware that your backlights are not working?
Ma'am, are you aware that you're blinding my eyes with that torch?
Yeah, Booty. We ask the questions and you answer.
Hey, Batum, do you know who I am?
Sir, no, we don't know who you are. Please step out of the car. Oh, you're even on your phone. You're under arrest. Out of the car.
Can I know my rights?
Sir, you have the right to remain silent.
You know who I am?
Papa, we don't know who you are. In the car.
People need to know you when you're growing your business. That's why you should invest in marketing solutions that will connect you to your target audience.
Say, my bro, what are you doing over here?
Things you don't know why.
Don't worry, my bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Don't worry, my bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
But what do you mean?
I'm not gonna be here for long.
Hi.
What do you think of teacher trolls?
Well, it's free advertising, so we welcome them.
What do you think about marketing?
Well, marketing is important because you can have the greatest products and services in the world. But what's the point if people don't know about them? So you need to get your name out there.
Do you think it's gonna work?
Absolutely. Our clients are well taken care of.
Is that him? It is him.
Hi, my name is Mr. Ditshego.
Oh, we know who you are, sir.
I'm here to release my client, Mr. Michael Fenter.
Mr. Michael Fenton, you're free to go.
But what about me?
You see, people know me around here. Call this company.
Ish. And I know this company.
You should have called them because you know who they are, but we still don't know who you are.
Ditshego Media.
just need to know what's on your mind. Tell me what you're needing. You can call my name, I'll be around. Dum da da, dum dum da da, dum da da, dum dum da da, dum dum. The sky is falling. Dum dum da da, dum dum da da, dum da da, dum dum da da. That will keep you safe and sound. Dum da da, dum dum da da, dum da da, dum dum da da, dum dum. The sky is falling. Dum dum da da, dum dum da da, dum da da, dum dum da da. That will keep you safe and sound. Dum da da, dum dum da da, dum da da, dum dum da da, dum dum. The sky is falling. Dum dum da da, dum dum da da, dum da da, dum dum da da. That will keep you safe and sound. I just need a reason. I just need to know what's on your mind. Tell me what you're needing. You can call my name, I'll be around. Dum da da, dum dum da da, dum da da, dum dum da da, dum dum. The sky is falling. Dum dum da da, dum dum da da, dum da da, dum dum da da. That will keep you safe and sound. Dum da da, dum dum da da, dum da da, dum dum da da, dum dum. The sky is falling. Dum dum da da, dum dum da da, dum da da, dum dum da da. That will keep you
All right, we're back. All right, thank you very much for that. We just took a quick break so that we just make sure that your network issues that you're talking about, because we were cutting a little bit when we spoke about psychological distance. And so before we get into social media trends, where we will discuss the numbers of social media users in South Africa, especially in terms of which platforms they are using, let's just recap psychological distance. This is a very important topic when we are discussing how do you ensure that your content is relevant to your audience. Now, yes, your content may be inherently relevant to your audience, but you may find in certain cases they do not see the relevance. Now, when we look at reality, so what is real to somebody may not be the truth. You may find that to you, it is real that a specific product or service is not relevant for you. That's your reality. But it may not be true. So perspective is reality. How you perceive the world is reality. It is your reality. But there may be elements in which how you perceive the world is not true. And a good way to test the accuracy of your perspective is by looking at information that is contrary to your beliefs, your attitudes, and how you perceive the world. It means you are ready to consider information that is contrary to what you know. And so you need to test your perspectives, because while perspectives are your reality, they may not necessarily be true. Now, as you are taking your CV to a company, or you're taking your products and services to market, you need to know what are people's perspectives. What do they believe? Because for them it's true, even though objectively speaking, it may not be true. So you have perceptions around different values, different principles, different beliefs that underpin how we behave, because it impacts our decision making. You need to know what people are thinking. And you need to understand why they think what they think in order for you to respond in a way that brings them closer to the truth. And that is why psychological distance is so important. Now, psychological distance is the perceived relevance of a phenomenon. So it is how you perceive the relevance of a phenomenon. Geography has a role to play in psychological distance. But it is not the only variable to consider. And I'll explain it to you like this. If I gave you a weather report from Brazil, and I told you today in Brazil it's going to be hot, and I give that to a South African audience, it'll be 35 degrees Celsius in Brazil. The audience may find that very peculiar and wonder, what is the relevance of the weather in Brazil to me? Because I've never even went to Google to find out what is the weather, because I do not perceive the weather in Brazil to be relevant to me. You may even feel the same way about interest rates in the United States and say, well, those are the interest rates there in the United States. I'm interested in the interest rates here because that will impact my ability to lend, how much my bond is going to be impacted, and the higher purchases that I've made. But if I say to you that when the interest rates go up in the United States, that is reduced, and that means that there's less circulation of dollars in the economy, and where there's less circulation of dollars in the economy, the strength inherently goes up, especially if there's high demand for those dollars. And so when you have an interest rate hike, the dollar goes up, which means comparatively to the rand will weaken. What does that mean? If the rand is weaker, yes, our exports are cheaper. They are cheaper to the person who's going to buy them if our rand is weaker. So our exports are more competitive because they are more affordable. But our imports become more expensive because the rand is weaker. So to purchase the same televisions will cost more because the rand is weaker. Now, it all started with interest rates being increased in the United States. And so now, if I explain it to you like that, the psychological distance between the South African consumer and the American interest rates becomes much less. But your perception may not be reality, which is why you need to understand the concept of psychological distance and reduce the psychological distance between what you're offering and your target audience. And so if you are providing products and services to a market, let's say, for example, you become a producer of a makeup brand. The makeup that you produce is now going to market. So we'll find you in MAC. We'll find you in very different stores that provide makeup. Now, you need to explain firstly to the market and secondly to the buyers, the people in the procurement and the managers in the stores. Why is it that your product should be there over another product? You need to explain that. So you need to reduce the psychological distance between the relevance of your products and services and the importance of your products and services, as well as the target audience in relation to your competition. That is very, very important. And from time to time, I'll just check if the network is fine with my technical producers. If everything is good, thumbs up, we're good, then we know that the audience has heard us. All right. So I hear that everything is fine. So, for you to reduce the psychological distance between what you are offering, as well as the perceptions of your target audience, you are going to need a multifaceted approach that starts with understanding consumer behavior. You need to understand what informs their decision making. Now, you need to know what is their perception of your brand. And if they've never heard of your brand, just like when you submit your CV, they may have never heard of you specifically as an individual. Then they don't have a perception. Now, that can be good, but mostly it will be bad. Because people have a tendency not to trust products and services from no-name brands. Now, you may ask me, well, I go to Woolies and I trust the no-name brand from Woolies, so what are you talking about? It is the Woolies no-name brand. So it is not a no-name brand when it's in Woolies. It is a true no-name brand. Ha ke fitla ko wena ko Jozi ke re, fere kunjani, Brian or sister, ay, ngithengisa vaslapa la, yabona le vaslapa le mfethu, yo. Wabona vaslapa ish. Yabona how phumula fela, wabona how ka phumula mo phumula fela ga yona. Fade it. Wabona. Iron is smooth, is soft. O tshwara ntle. Ba botsa re ke vaslapa so mang bara ke vaslapa makoya. And so when you look at that, you're like, hey, vaslapa makoya, I don't think I can trust it. But if it was placed in a big supermarket, you may trust it more because logically speaking, you know that there was a rigorous process for it to reach the shelves. So all of us start as a no-name brand. All of us start as a brand that is unknown. And that is a big disadvantage. And so you need to understand what is the psychological distance between what you are offering, whether it's you as an individual or as an organization, as well as your customer. And you must know what it means when they have never heard of your brand. So you need to start building it. And no, it's not going to speak for itself. You need to speak on behalf of your brand. So that is psychological distance. Such an important concept. And it's a concept that's highly underrated, but in order for you to be impactful, you must understand that concept. All right. So now we are going to go into social media trends for 2023. Now, this was also a part of my Master's of Business Administration research and my dissertation. And what's interesting is that it was estimated last year that 70% of total advertising spend in the United States will be on social media. 70% of all advertising spend in the United States will be on social media. So advertising revenue on social media is set to reach 125 billion rands. $billion. Now, a basic mathematics. If you take all the social media platforms on your screen, and you can remove TikTok if you want, you get 5. Divide that by 125 billion. That's 25 billion each. Now, if you reduce the cost of sales, which is how much it costs for you to make that 25 billion, you would have known if you read my research dissertation, Ntate Elon Musk, gore Twitter was not worth 50 billion rands. It was not worth it in 2022. You know it. Because you're not going to be making even 25 billion rands a year. And your cost of sales was very high. And your debt to equity ratio was appalling. It wasn't good. And your debt was more than $4 billion. You would have known, Ntate Elon Gore, you were not supposed to buy Twitter for that amount of money. I think it was more than $50 billion now. Wasn't worth it. Elon Musk, you should attend the social media masterclass at Ditshego Media Brag. Jemut Komiso. Don't worry, my bro. You'll get to know me today. Now, Facebook has 26 million users in South Africa. Our population is just above 60 million. So that is more than 40% of the population is on Facebook. YouTube, we've got 25 million subscribers. Instagram, 13 million. Twitter, 10 million. LinkedIn, 9.5 million. TikTok, 6.4 million. I know millennials are very excited when we talk about TikTok, particularly my 2000. Le phela le le mo TikTok mo le. Re mama, ke feditse sukiri. Wa re go tsagalang? O feditse eng? Ke feditse sukiri. No, ke a tlala. By that time, setsa o kunupile ka heels. Mo tlhogong. Came down. Shapile ka hili mo tlhogong. Di follow tsa go TikTok ba o tshega. Wa kwa. Ba shwa ke ditshego. TikTok, a revolutionary platform that is making a big impact already on 6.4 million users in South Africa. Now, when you look at your advertising strategy, you will get the biggest bang for your buck on Facebook and Instagram. YouTube is also very powerful in the context of the research results of the research that we have conducted. But why is Facebook so powerful is that because it has amassed 26 million users in South Africa, you are able to segment your audience geographically. That is going to lead to a lot of savings when it comes to your advertising campaigns, especially if you have significant budget constraints. So you are able to say, I want to target KwaZulu-Natal. You are able to say even the town, Durban, you can segment it there. You can say Pietermaritzburg. You can go and segment it even in Cape Town, all over the show. Even in Tzaneen. Tzaneen has its own segment. Limpopo, Thohoyandou, all of these areas, even Soweto, it has its own segment. So then you are able to then capture an audience. So if you have an event in Soweto, you can literally target that audience. But why is that flawed? We believe that an advertising campaign that looks at a segment like that can be flawed. Now, we embrace all of the cost savings that you're going to make. And it is smart, if you do have huge budget constraints, to try to segment your audience as smartly as you can. However, the problem that you'll have is that sometimes you'll find that I registered my social media account as coming from Soweto at a specific point in time. I then moved to Richards Bay in KZN. In fact, Richards Bay was the first place that embraced our social media masterclass. It was supported by the Zululand Chamber of Commerce and the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. And so that's where we hosted our first masterclass in 2018. And one of the people in the audience is Lindo Mieni. You'll find him on Twitter. He's got more than 100,000 followers. And he was recently listed as one of the Mail and Guardian's top 200 young South Africans. So a round of applause to Lindo Mieni, and a very early alumni of our social media masterclass. But let's say I registered it, a social media account, and in fact, Lindo Mieni, let's give you a round of applause. Actually, muted it at some point. So there's your round of applause. Lindo Mieni, you've done very well. And let's say now, you said that you are from Soweto. You then move to Richards Bay. I then have a masterclass in Richards Bay. And I've left out a market in Soweto that has moved to Richards Bay. I will miss that audience. I mean, we can even make it even less ridiculous and say, I registered it in Randfontein, for an example. I then moved to Pretoria. I then say, no, I'm doing an event in Randfontein, so I'm only going to target Randfontein. I miss the people who have moved to other places. And based on the socio-economic dynamics in South Africa, spatial planning that happened during the apartheid era, a lot of people have moved to more urban areas as they moved up in terms of their economic achievements. and their earning potential. And so you need to be more smart about it. If you really are going to segment, what we would say is look at perhaps cities and provinces rather than towns, so that you can get the people who have also moved to surrounding areas. But those are the statistics of social media. Now, Facebook generally has more users than all of the other platforms. So when you advertise there, it reaches more people. But Instagram and Facebook, which falls under the company called Meta, founded by Mark Zuckerberg, you actually reach more people inherently. So even if it had 10 million users, second, as you look at the screen, you can screen grab what you see there.
Rights. Sir, you have the right to remain silent.
You know who I am?
Papa, we don't know who you are. In the car.
People need to know you when you're growing your business. That's why you should invest in marketing solutions that will connect you to your target audience.
Say, my bro, what are you doing over here?
Things they don't know why.
Don't worry, my bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Don't worry, my bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
But what do you mean?
Relax, my bro. I'm not gonna be here for long.
Hi.
What do you think of teacher trolls?
Well, it's free advertising, so we welcome this in the world. But what's the point if people don't know about them? So you need to get your name out there.
Do you think it's gonna work?
Absolutely. Our clients are well taken care of.
Is that him? It is him.
Hi, my name is Mr. Ditshego.
Oh, we know who you are, sir.
I'm here to release my client, Mr. Michael Venter.
Mr. Michael Fenton, you're free to go.
But what about me?
You see, people know me around here. Call this company.
Ish. And I know this company.
You should have called them because you know who they are, but we still don't know who you are.
Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Crafting stories, shaping brands, designing a world of possibilities.
Elevate as your inspiring voice shapes innovation, perspectives, and success.
A picture tells 1,000 words. Discover the extraordinary influence of photography to ignite your brain.
The spark of a true marketing success lies not only in promoting your brand, but in creating something worth talking about.
Discover the true essence of web design as we decode your marketing objectives and transcend the limitations.
Cut. At the end of the day, cinematography is how we tell your story.
We believe people are our biggest asset. Through our talented, dedicated team, we are ideally positioned to enable boundless potential.
The CEO is like the conductor of an orchestra who ignites the torch on the pathway of your potential. Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
In a world where businesses strive to make their mark, there is a force that empowers them to transcend boundaries and reach unprecedented heights. Welcome to the realm of Ditshego Media, where dreams transform into reality. Here, within the walls of innovation and creativity, a team of experts harness the power of strategic marketing to ignite the growth of companies like yours. Through a harmonious blend of digital sorcery, data wizardry, and authentic creativity, we craft bespoke marketing solutions tailored to your unique vision. Our expertise amplifies your voice, ensuring it reaches the right audience at the right time. Witness the transformation as startups blossom into industry leaders and established companies achieve new milestones. Ditshego Media.
All right, so we're back. We're back. Network is back. So we spoke about psychological distance. We spoke about social media usage and the social media platforms that we have. And just to wrap it up quickly, just want to go back to this slide. You may ask yourself, why is it that Facebook has so many users, more than twice the users of Twitter? In fact, it's more than 150% more than Twitter. But why is it that it seems as if a lot of people use Twitter more, or Twitter is more influential in the media landscape. So journalists quote people from Twitter. A lot of things are discovered on Twitter. Things trend on Twitter. And why is that the case? And I'll go back to the video and show you the reason. So it's very simple. If you look at my hands here, one of the hands is a fist and one, it's an open hand. So Twitter is like this and Facebook is like this. So on Twitter, you have a lot of people who are posting similar content using hashtags. So that hashtag innovation has led to people moving in similar directions in the content. So it's more united. And on Facebook, it's more like this. So the impact is more like this, and Facebook is more like this. And so it's stronger on Facebook because it's more united than, on Twitter it's more united than on Facebook. And it's those trending topics that give Twitter the edge. So we'll go back to the slide and talk about leveraging social media to harness customer value. Leveraging social media to harness customer value. The prominence of social media in conducting business has become a critical facet in developing marketing campaigns and allocating resources. As you've seen, in the United States, it is estimated that total social media advertising will be 70% of all advertising revenue. And so it's estimated to reach $125 billion in 2023. Now, according to Yoon in 2021, so this is recent research, social media has become among the top platforms for customers to provide feedback about the products and services that they receive. Now, you can imagine why this is important. Because if you're not on social media, how are you going to get this feedback? It'll probably be through the grapevine, if you're lucky, that somebody who knows you also saw the social media post, which in many cases is unlikely. In many cases, it is very unlikely. And so you need to be on social media so you can get the feedback. So very good example is, if we did not have someone looking at the chats currently, we wouldn't know when the network dropped. We wouldn't know when there's any sound issues. I would be working on a limb. But because we have a team looking at it, and we're present and we're responding, you are then able to get the feedback. And so we are then able to take that information and action it to the benefit of our target audience. So your very absence from social media gives you a competitive disadvantage. Because as I said in 2014, when I was one of the VIP speakers at the Global Entrepreneurship Summit, it was held in Saudi Arabia, which is a new member of BRICS. I was actually invited by the royal family there. And I said that if your competition is not on social media, you could gain the competitive advantage. But if you are not on social media, you are inherently giving your competitors a competitive advantage. Now, this shift in consumer behavior also establishes the need for companies to understand how to break through the clutter of social media activity to effectively and impactfully reach their customers and attract new clients. So a better understanding of consumer behavior provides an organization with a competitive advantage as they integrate these insights into their decision-making and marketing strategies. Furthermore, as companies expand their insights into social media behavior and social media, they become better equipped to adopt effective digital marketing strategies. Now, there's a study in 2019 that revealed that a significant relationship between a customer's perception of value and customer satisfaction, as well as cognitive loyalty, exists. So there's a very strong relationship between a customer's perception of value and customer satisfaction, as well as a customer's perception of value, as well as cognitive loyalty. So what is cognitive loyalty? Cognitive loyalty is a customer's perception of a service that places it ahead of its competitors. Attitudinal loyalty has been demonstrated to have a higher impact on behavioral loyalty than the technical and functional aspects of a service, which is central in the argument of human psychology theory. Now let's come back and discuss this. Let's come back and have a conversation about this. So what they are saying is that attitudinal loyalty has demonstrated to have a higher impact on behavioral loyalty than the technical and functional aspects of a service. Now that is central in the argument of human psychology theory. So let's take this step by step. Now, the attitudes of your customers, and you will see that there is a concept called attitudinal loyalty. Basically, I am loyal to my attitude towards you. And there's a concept called behavioral loyalty, which means I am loyal to you in terms of my behavior. So you will find people who talk about, I am a part of the legacy. That's a good example. I am a part of the legacy. So regardless of how the person who I idolize behaves, I remain loyal positively to this person. All right? Attitudinal loyalty, behavioral loyalty. Now imagine how important that is also in terms of social cohesion and nation building. As we just segue quickly and say, thank you to the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Thank you, Mr. Colin Tlajayo. Thank you, Dr. Cynthia Kumalo. Thank you, Mr. Charles Mabaso, and everyone at the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture for also using our social media masterclass as a conduit to building our nation and establishing social cohesion. But I digress. If you think about attitudinal loyalty, I am loyal to the attitude that I have to this principle, to my behavior, behavioral loyalty. It means that regardless of any other information that I receive, I am highly likely to remain loyal in terms of my attitude and behavior to this specific phenomenon, person, or perception of the value of the product and services has an impact on attitudinal loyalty and behavioral loyalty, which basically means that if you are not connecting to your target audience, you are missing an opportunity to advance attitudinal and behavioral loyalty. But beyond that, let's say we've got a problem with discrimination. We spoke about the fact that perception is reality in this perspective in which it is experienced. We spoke about that. In your reality, this perception is true. Let's talk about discrimination. You have people who don't even understand or have never come across the concept of attitudinal loyalty. You have people who have never heard of behavioral loyalty. Now, what does that mean in the context of discrimination? That despite all of the information I have about women, black people, young people, amaXhosa, Batswana, Basotho, despite all the information I have about them, I remain with this specific attitude towards them. I remain with this specific behavior towards them. And therefore, I need to deconstruct your attitudinal loyalty so that I can begin to understand why you hold those beliefs, why you remain ingrained within this attitude. That is very, very important. And so you then, once you've deconstructed it, you are in a better position to respond to it. So let's talk about the culture of reading. So I'm the founder of Read a Book Essay, which is the biggest online book club in Africa. Follow Read a Book Essay on Twitter. Subscribe to Ditshego Media on YouTube if you haven't done it yet. Click the like button as you are at it, and make sure you're using the hashtag Social Media Masterclass on Twitter. I'm not seeing your posts. I need you guys to post more. Follow the people who are posting, retweet the people who are posting. Hashtag Social Media Masterclass. We understood when we started to inculcate the culture of reading using social media that people were loyal to their attitude towards reading books. They perceived reading books to be boring, antisocial, and something that they do not want to invest their time on. But we also understood that what makes this worse is how reading is promoted in society. You don't want to reach a point where you are force-feeding an important culture of reading as a recreational activity. You want to make it cool to be intelligent. And so that underpins a lot of what the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture does, because inculcating a culture of reading is very important in the mandate of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. And so language is important for the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, but it's also important as you are developing your social media campaigns. We understood that we need to shift behavior, and a part of inculcating a culture shift will be to look at the languages which Dr. Shikante Diop is going to be introduced later and speak about the importance of language within culture. And so we created a word called intellectual swag. Intellectual swag means it is cool to be intelligent. So we embraced the sub-youth culture that spoke about swag, which means you're cool, you got it on lock, you're cool. And so we said being intelligent is cool, you've got intellectual swag. That then created a situation where young people felt included and actually felt that reading is cool. And so with the celebrities who were supporting Read a Book Essay, with the influential people who supported it, with the brands that came on board, with the institutions that came on board, they realized this is cool and I need to do this. They felt that they're being left out and they wanted to be included, so we created the FOMO. We also understood Pooza Thursdays was trending on Twitter. Remember, Read a Book Essay was established more than 10 years ago. It's actually 11 years old this year. Ditshego Media is 12 years old. So it was established a year after Ditshego Media. And so understanding that and bringing it closer to the youth, what we also did is we said we're not just going to rely on social media. In partnership with Sibusiso Liope, who is a music recording, multi-platinum recording company, music executive, best-selling author, as well as a founder of one of South Africa's leading energy drinks, Sibusiso Liope. We went around different institutions, different schools, mentoring young people. Many of them are now top executives in different companies across the country. Some of them are even watching this. And we spoke about the importance of reading books for leisure. We started World Book Day in South Africa. We did various events annually. We supported National Book Week. I became an ambassador to the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture in 2013 as a reading ambassador. Also became an ambassador of the Department of Education, appointed by Minister Angie Motshekga, so the Department of Basic Education in 2017, to spread a culture of reading books. But it could not have been possible if we did not understand psychological distance, if we did not understand youth culture, if we did not understand behavioral and attitudinal loyalty. So sometimes you look at concepts and they seem so complex. But if you start to break them down, you then understand why they're important. You have greater reverence towards them, but then you also understand how do you understand it to apply it to your benefit. And so that's why we needed that quick segue when we're talking about social media advertising. And all of this was a part of my Masters of Business Administration dissertation that I completed successfully at Gibbs Business School. Yeah, I definitely deserve that. Now, research that was conducted in 2022 actually studied what are the sources of inspiration for consumers to purchase products and services. And it focused on online inspirations. And it should come to no surprise that social media was number one, with over 45% of people saying that they were inspired by social media for their purchase. This is so important when we understand consumer behavior. Now, it could be for many reasons, but the very obvious reason was, number one, people are spending a lot of time on social media. And so, if you want to get people's attention, you're going to look to social media as one of the platforms to use. Number two, e-commerce platform, which was a source of inspiration for over 40% of respondents. Number three was blogs, which was the source of inspiration of over 25%. Number four was individual retail websites, which was also just above 25%. Now, the conversation that I had with an owner of a store that sells video products, cameras, and other accessories that use cameras, that is in Rosebank. It's actually called Cameras. He said that when he places a product, specifically a second-hand product, on their online retail platform, you'll be lucky if it lasts 12 hours. In fact, they go off the shelves in less than 6 hours, some of them within minutes. So this is very important as we understand consumer behavior, because you're going to need this information as you develop your strategic marketing campaign, regardless of whether you're doing it individually or as a business. Number four was deals and coupons on websites, which was very close to 20%. Comparison websites, one that pops to mind would be Hippo, which deals with insurance products. Newsletter emails from brands, which is above 10%. Online communities and forums, which is just under 10%, about 8%. And digital magazines. Now we're going into customer value theory. So we're going to do the customer value theory, and then we're going to take a break at 3 o'clock. Quick refreshment break, and then we'll come back after 5 minutes at 5 minutes past 3. So let's start with the customer value theory. Now, the customer value theory was developed through my master's in business administration dissertation. I used the literature, and in fact, I actually went through over 80 research articles. And over 80% of all the research articles that I went through were in the past 5 years. That's why you'll notice that a lot of the sources that you see are within the past 5 years. In fact, my adaptation is copywritten to 2022. Now, when you're doing research, you want over 80% of your sources to be within the past 5 years, because that shows that it's still a relevant topic. And so you'll see that most of my sources are within the past 5 years. My research, if it is to be published, will actually be written 2024. So this is the most recent research. Now, using the literature, I created the customer value theory. You'll see it at the top. Now, at the top, you'll see the we in academia. These are the subtopics. So the topics and the subtopics: 1, customer purchase intentions; 2, customer perception of value; 3, customer recommendations. Now the question is, how do different forms of social media advertising, 1, social media content with just copy, which is just written content; 2, social media copy with written content and a graphic design; and 3, social media content with written content and a video. What is the relationship between the various forms of social media content, as well as a customer's purchase intentions, customer perception of value, and customers' propensity to recommend to others? You are going to get access to this research this afternoon. And it's specifically targeted at the South African market. Now, the other constructs that you see there is marketing activities, brand equity, satisfaction, loyalty, and trust. These highly impact customer purchase intentions, customer perception of value, and customer recommendations. And the last one is customer experience. So that is what I call the customer value ecosystem. And so you can just take a quick screen grab of that and look at that at your leisure. Now, the psychology of social media. This is very crucial. You need to understand the mindset behind your consumers on social media. So before we go into details, into this section, what we are saying is that you should understand the various thought processes and paradigms of the people on social media and how you need to package your products and services to be relevant to that. So think about that, and we will be right back. We're going to take a very quick break. We will be back at exactly 5 minutes past 2. We will be right back. Just take a refreshment break. 5 minutes past 3. This is a masterclass. It's live. We're using network bonding. And Ahona cut, Ahona take whatever, take 2, take 3. We're doing this live and direct. So 5 past 3, we will be back.
Are you aware that your backlights are not working?
Ma'am, are you aware that you're blinding my eyes with that torch?
Yeah, Booty. We ask the questions and you answer.
Hey, Batum, do you know who I am?
Sir, no, we don't know who you are. Please step out of the car. Oh, you're even on your phone. You're under arrest.
You know who I am?
Papa, we don't know who you are. In the car.
People need to know you when you're growing your business. That's why you should invest in marketing solutions that will connect you to your target audience.
Say, my bro, what are you doing over here?
Things you don't know why.
Don't worry, my bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Don't worry, my bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
But what do you mean?
Relax, my bro. I'm not gonna be here for long.
Hi.
What do you think of teacher trolls?
Well, it's free advertising, so we welcome them.
What do you think about marketing?
Well, marketing is important because you can have the greatest products and services in the world. But what's the point if people don't know about them? So you need to get your name out there.
Do you think it's gonna work?
Absolutely. Our clients are well taken care of.
Is that him? It is him.
Hi, my name is Mr. Ditshego.
Oh, we know who you are, sir.
I'm here to release my client, Mr. Michael Fenter.
Mr. Michael Fenton, you're free to go.
But what about me?
You see, people know me around here. Call this company.
Ish. And I know this company.
You should have called them.
Potential.
crafting stories, shaping brands, designing a world of possibilities.
Elevate your brand's industry presence as your inspiring voice shapes innovation, perspectives, and success.
A picture tells 1,000 words. Discover the extraordinary influence of photography to ignite your brand.
The spark of a true marketing success lies not only in promoting your brand, but in...
We believe people are our biggest asset. Through our talented, dedicated team, we're ideally positioned to enable boundless potential.
The CEO is like the conductor of an orchestra who ignites the torch on the pathway of your potential. Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
In a world where businesses strive to make their mark, there is a force that empowers them to transcend boundaries and reach unprecedented heights. Welcome to the realm of Ditshego Media, where dreams transform into reality. Here, within the walls of innovation and creativity, a team of experts harness the power of strategic marketing to ignite the growth of companies like yours. Through a harmonious blend of digital sorcery, data wizardry, and authentic creativity, we craft bespoke marketing solutions tailored to your unique vision. Our expertise amplifies your voice, ensuring it reaches the right audience at the right time. Witness the transformation as startups blossom into industry leaders and established companies achieve new milestones. Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
All right, we are back. Thank you very much. We just took a quick 5 to 10 minute break just so that you can get your refreshments, stretch your legs a bit. And we're very excited. You are going to be getting your certificate if you are able to tune in for at least 3 hours, which means if you are still tuned in at 4 o'clock, then you qualify for your certificate. What you need to do is at the end of the program, or even now, whenever you are ready, you can put your name, surname, the town and province where you are based, your email address, your profession or what you are studying, in the chats, and also send the same information to ditsegomedia@live.co.za with a copy of your identity document or your passport or your license. Now we're going into the psychology of social media. Now, understanding customers' motivations to utilize social media can assist in uncovering how they are likely to respond to various forms of content. One, the Lewis field theory posits that human behavior can be predicted based on the distance between the individual and events. So that's psychological distance. We've spoken about that in detail. While the construal level theory contends that events, people, and objects represent an individual's subjective perception based on their psychological distance to the phenomenon. So those are supporting theories. One, the Lewis field theory postulates that human behavior can be predicted based on the distance between the individuals and events, while the construal level theory contends that events, people, and objects represent an individual's subjective perception that is based on their psychological distance to the phenomenon. So we've spoken about that in great detail. Now, according to Zwagala and Steenkamp in 2021, these are two academics who did research that was published in 2021, Zwagala and Steenkamp, they propose that two primary purposes exist for branding. One, differentiation and identification. So branding enables customers to pinpoint a brand and recognize its unique value. This is why it's important for you to pursue brand development, both personal or individual and organizational. Now, Toteli and Al-Harthi illustrated additional brand characteristics, which are a customer's perception, so also a customer's perception of your values, a company's values, how they manifest in its operation, and what the company represents to the public. Therefore, decision-making in an organization impacts the brand as what a customer perceives you to stand for manifests in your values. And the ability to consistently deliver on the company's promises will influence the brand's reputation, which will impact the organization's competitiveness. The need for social belongingness and esteem are commensurate with the use of social media that would impact the content of advertising qualitatively. However, Yang et al. Provided insights that appear to be more aligned with what would need to be considered while developing social media advertisements, such as entertainment value, brand credibility and trust, and the value of the information presented. Cultural nuances, relevance to customers, and relatability would also be necessary when developing content. So there are a few elements of these theories that I want us to look into. So there are a few elements in these theories that I would like us to look into that are very important for us to understand. So firstly, the two primary purposes of brand building, which is proposed by Zwagala and Steenkamp, is differentiation and identification. So you need to differentiate yourself from other brands, and you must make it easy for people to identify you, particularly your target audience, as well as individuals who are related to your target audience, because through word of mouth, they can spread the word about your products and services. Now, what differentiates you? What differentiates you? Anything in the chats? You can write it in the chats. What differentiates you? The number one differentiator is your achievements. So you should look at achievements not just about awards, which is an achievement, and those are specific achievements that do differentiate you, but what you have worked for. Your matric certificate is an achievement because not everybody has worked for it. Your diploma, your national diploma, is an achievement. Your degree, your postgraduate degree, your master's, your PhD, those are all achievements. Being in this social media masterclass is something that you have achieved. Completing the 3 hours is something that you have also achieved. And you will be getting a certificate after you've completed the whole process of the masterclass. That's an achievement because not everybody has done it. So that is what separates you from the rest. It's what differentiates you. It's what makes you different. You can be different in terms of how you market your products and services. To break through the clutter, that could be also a differentiator. And so also conducting research and development and inventing new technologies and new ways in which to operate, new products, new services, new ways to do business. For an example, Ditshego Media has an app that is specifically to enhance customer experience. So our customers can communicate with us directly through the app. Potential customers can go to the Ditshego Media app and do an RFQ, which is a request for quotation. So they can submit in the app, they can log in, go to the calendar and say, we need this by then, go to our products and services, leave their contact details and submit. 30 seconds, and then you have submitted a request for quotation on our app. And you can chat live to us on our app. So you don't even have to log into WhatsApp anymore. If you wanted to communicate with us immediately, go to the app. And so you won't have to blue tick people, you know. Blue tick unfortunately, you couldn't get to their message or you're not interested in responding to their message. You don't have to go to WhatsApp anymore. You can go directly to the app and avoid the WhatsApp traffic, breaking through the clutter. That's also a key differentiator. It also demonstrates how innovative we are as a marketing company. And also identify. But if you look at the Eldman's barometer, there's something called the Eldman's barometer. It illustrates that even in South Africa, more than 58% of customers do business with organizations that are aligned to their values. So what Toteli and Al-Harthri said, the customer's values and how they manifest in your decision-making and your operations are impactful in terms of whether or not you are able to be differentiated in a manner that is appealing to your target audience. So that is very, very important. And so on the screen, you will notice that we should have a social media marketing training model. Now just give us 1 second as we look at that. Just give us a second as we put that on your screen. Just give us 1 second. Now it should be on your screen. It just timed out quickly. So at the top, you will see a model which says customer purchase intentions in social media commerce, the role of social psychological distance, perceived value, and cognitive function. You will see it there on your screen. Now, at the top, you will see there's entertainment, informativeness, irritation, and credibility. Now, number one is entertainment. Your message needs to be entertaining to the target audience, and it cannot be entertaining if you do not understand your target audience. If you are culturally misaligned, if you do not understand their interests, their likes, and what informs their beliefs, their attitudes and behaviors, you can't entertain them. And so that is why you will find that the bulk of the music that is produced in South Africa, not only does it do well globally, but it does well in South Africa. Because the South African musicians will be more closely aligned to the values, the cultural systems, and the beliefs, and just the general vibe of South Africa. And so one competitive advantage you already have is that you are already ingrained culturally to the South African market, especially if you are not aloof in your behavior. So being aloof is completely misaligned to understanding your target audience and being able to entertain them. Now, entertainment does not just mean being comedic or being animated. It's just simply, I speak to you in a manner that you find interesting. And I've packaged it in a way that you are willing to use more cognitive effort in obtaining this information. Cognitive effort is also important. You will find that people may not use your products and services because you have not motivated them to use that cognitive effort. And so you need to understand them so that they can use the cognitive effort and they understand the value of what you are providing and that it is worth their cognitive effort. Informativeness. So the value of the information, how I perceive the value and how informative it is going to influence the cognitive effort that I'm willing to invest. So make it informative in a creative way. So creativity has a very big role to play in entertainment, and you shouldn't look at these things in silos, bring them all together. It must be informative. It must be entertaining. And in being informative, you must understand that if it has too much information, you may not use the cognitive effort necessary to obtain it. So simplify it while making it informative and entertaining, reducing irritation, and the biggest irritant is breaking your promises. But another big irritant is not understanding your audience. So you say things that you think are funny, that are not funny, that you think are entertaining, but are not entertaining because you've not gotten out of your office to go out there to the ground to understand the people who you are trying to attract. The credibility is also important. So we spoke about having a no-name brand that is not understood and that has not reached the target audience. You want to build a brand that is credible. And the closer you are, so basically this is how it works. A brand, according to Ditshego Media, is a promise of a certain quality of product or service represented by a sign or a symbol. So, a brand is not a logo. A logo is a symbol that is a representation of a brand. It is not the brand itself. So it's not the essence of the brand. The brand is about the promises that you make. So what you have put out there is what you offer and the quality of what you offer, represented by a sign or a symbol. So how do you build a credible brand? You build a credible brand by keeping your promises. So more often than not, you keep your promises. If you fail to keep your promises, you take accountability. Accountability does not just mean askisa, I'm sorry, I apologize, my bad. That's not an apology. And taking accountability is not just saying I'm sorry. It's demonstrating remorse. It's being accountable and demonstrating a change of behavior. So you do what is necessary to make it up to the customer. And you do not repeat the same thing over and over again. That is what it means to be accountable. Now, to enhance your credibility, you need to make a compelling promise in an entertaining, informative way that reduces irritation. And then you must keep the promise. And when that 1% of time where you break the promise, you must be accountable. Don't just say, askisa, I'm sorry. Demonstrate that you are really sorry. So you express your remorse in words and in action. So we must see a change of behavior after that. That will keep you credible. Now, a strong brand is one that more often than not keeps its promise, and in the low percentage of time where you didn't keep your promise, you take accountability. A weak brand is one that more often than not breaks its promise. And in the high percentage where you break your promise, you'll also see not taking accountability and no change in behavior. So it's just askisa, I'm sorry, perpetually. There is no change in behavior. That is a weak brand. And so to build credibility, you will notice that if I put a logo on the screen, a logo of a company that you know and that you've used its products or services, you will have an attitude towards it, either positive or negative, based on your customer experience. And certain brands you will say, Why? And then other brands will say, I wouldn't even mind working for that company. But you need to know the cost of breaking your promises, and the cost of not showing a change in behavior. And all of this impacts your attitudes. So it impacts the attitudes of your target audience. Then that impacts their intentions. Purchase intentions, perception of quality of products and services, and propensity to recommend the products and services. I hope you are now seeing how all of these theories are starting to overlap. You're now seeing overlapping of the theories. Because you now remember attitudinal loyalty, behavioral loyalty. You're now seeing how all of this comes together. And attitudes and perceptions, how they impact your intentions. So this is very important as you're developing your social media strategy. Be it that you're a professional individual or that you are an organization. So now we'll go into key concepts, and we've covered some of the very important key concepts of the social media masterclass. We've covered the first one. So this is according to Ditshego Media. These are the theories that we have developed. What is a brand? A brand is a promise of a certain quality of product or service represented by a sign or a symbol. The essence of brand development is building trust. What is advertising? Advertising is bringing attention to a specific quality or benefit of a product or service. So it's about attention. So in future, I might talk about negative advertising, where you are either bringing attention to what we don't want attention to be brought to, or what is strategically not in the best interest of the brand to bring attention to. Some of them call it negative publicity. We're bringing it and calling it negative advertising. And positive advertising, which is bringing attention to what strategically is in the best interest of the brand to bring attention to. So essentially, advertising is about channeling attention. That's the essence of advertising. So you want to channel attention to what is in the best interest of you as an individual or your brand. So now we can go into the research results of my Master of Business Administration. And just to recap, this is a scientific research, which means that it is replicable. And so this is data that consists of a sample size of over 120 participants. And so it's relevant to the South African market, and it is scientific. It's not an opinion. It's based on the responses of the people who participated in the research, and it is a part of my Master of Business Administration. And we all know that it's cool to be intelligent, intellectual swag. Now, result 1 says there is a significant relationship between the choice of the format of social media advertising and a customer's perceived value of the products and services. Specifically, video advertising had the highest impact on the customer's perceived value of the products and services when compared to copy, which is written content, and graphic designs. An advertisement in graphic design format had the second highest positive impact on the customer's perception of value of the products and services advertised. So how we want you to look at this is be nuanced. The days of simplistic thinking are over. Don't think just simplistically only. Be nuanced. So don't just look at it and say, no, video advertising is the most impactful, and therefore I will only post videos. You can't approach your social media campaign like that. Use the insights that you have gained through this masterclass. Yes, do use videos. But don't only use videos. And why are we saying that? Because of the fact that you have to also consider your target audience. Videos are very high in terms of data consumption. So you may alienate some of your customers if you're only using videos. Videos are also not as shareable as content in written format and graphic design. So to download a video that has been posted on social media is more resource intensive, and it's highly unlikely that majority of your audience is aware of how to do it. So besides it being expensive, they may not know how to even do that. And so you may lose out on opportunities for your target audience to share your content, especially if it is not posted on Twitter that has a high rate of sharing. It has a repost culture. And so you need to integrate video, integrate graphic designs, and integrate only written content based on appropriateness, resource constraints, and your audience. So we say use all three. We would actually say more often than not, use graphic designs and written content. Obviously, when you're responding to your target audience, you don't need a graphic design. So you'll respond in written content. Sometimes you're only posting a motivational quote. There are instances where you don't need a graphic design to support it, right? So there's some content more appropriate in written content format. Some, and we would actually say most, written content with a graphic design or a picture. And when you want high impact results, use written content with videos. Both videos that are short that you've seen like our adverts, videos that you find on other platforms that are relevant, or animated videos. So let's go to the next result. We needed to just add that nuance so that we can really develop an understanding of how to use this information. Result number 2. There is a significant relationship between the inclusion of supporting content and consumer intention to purchase. So the first one was the customer's perception of quality of the product and services. The second one is customer intention to purchase. So there is a significant relationship between the inclusion of supporting content and consumer intention to purchase. Particularly, video advertising was rated the highest as positively correlated with increasing the customer's intention to purchase the products and services. We'll go as far as even saying that it had a median of 7. Now, let's talk about the Richter scale. So we use the Richter scale, which goes from 1 to 7. 1 says strongly disagree, and 7 says strongly agree. In the middle is 4, which is neutral. And so if it's 4 to 1, anywhere from 4, 3, 2, and 1, that is all the people who are either neutral or strongly disagree. 4 to 7 is all the people who go from neutral to strongly agree. Let me segment it properly for you. 4 is neutral. 3 is somewhat disagree. 2 is disagree. 1, strongly disagree. Go back to 4. 4 is neutral. 5, somewhat agree. 6, agree. 7, strongly agree. So you cannot go higher than 7. So when we say that video advertising had a median of 7, which means you combine all of the results and the median, it's not an average, but it's a median, is 7. It's similar to an average, but it's not an average, is 7. It means that, generally speaking, people strongly agree that social media advertising with a video, 1, significantly impacts a customer's perception of the quality of products and services on offer. 2, significantly impacts the customer's purchase intentions. 3, significantly impacts the customer's propensity to recommend your products and services. It was a 7 on all 3. With a graphic design, it was mostly a 6. Agree. With written content, some of it was strongly disagree, somewhat disagree, neutral. Some of it was somewhat agree and agree. So it's not useless, but it's not as impactful as with a graphic design and a video. So let's go to the rest of result number 2. The results were nuanced with graphic design advertisements as customers demonstrated that there is a significant relationship with customers' purchase intentions, customers' perception of the value of the products and services. However, although graphic design scored higher than copy, which is written content, in influencing a customer's purchase intentions, this did not translate to a significantly higher commitment to purchase or in influencing customers to consider the brand as their first choice. So graphic designs are highly impactful, videos are highly impactful, written content is impactful. However, videos are significantly more impactful than both graphic designs and written content. Graphic designs are significantly more impactful than written content. But it doesn't mean that written content on its own is not impactful. You have to understand the nuances. Result number 3. There's a significant relationship between the choice of format of a social media advertisement and the probability of a customer recommending the products and services. Video advertisements were the only format that had a significant influence on positively impacting the probability that the customer would recommend the products and services. While advertisements in graphic designs format rated higher than copy format, the difference in impact was not significantly higher. Result number 4. The results for video advertisements were consistently a median of 7. Strongly agree. When the participants were asked if the social media advertisement in video format would lead to their commitment to use brand X, which is the brand that we chose, it was FNB, as their first choice, which is the highest commitment of all questions regarding purchase intentions. These results were validated with a median of 7, strongly agree, in terms of all the questions asking about purchase intentions in video format. So the results demonstrated that social media advertisement in video format had a tremendously positive impact on the customer's perception of the value of products and services. And we go into, if you just look at the questions, when we talk about question 1A, every time we say A, that is only written content. Every time we say B, that is written content with a graphic design. Every time we say C, that is written content with a video. All right, so just so you understand the codes. So 1A is question 1A. We're talking about written content on its own. So we asked the participants that the following supporting social media tools have a strong impact on the value of the advertisement. Social media content with written content on its own. Now you can see how many people in terms of percentages strongly agree, somewhat agree, are neutral, somewhat disagree, strongly disagree. So it's 50-50 basically. But when you then add a graphic design, look at 1B. As we said, B represents with a graphic design. The following social media tools have a strong impact on the value of the advertisement, social media content with written content and a graphic design. Look at the difference. Look at written content alone and look at the graph there. You have more than 80% strongly agree with the graphic design. Now I'm going to show you something very interesting. The following social media tools have a strong impact on the value of the advertisement, social media with written content and the video. Just notice the difference. Now let's go to question 2. 5A. There is a high probability that I would recommend brand X to others based on the social media content I viewed. Written content alone. Look at how many strongly agree. Just over 5%, under 10. Look at how many agree. Under 25%. Look at how many somewhat agree. It's about 14%. Neutral. More than 30%. Somewhat disagree. More than 10%. Disagree. Close to 20%. Strongly disagree. Over 10%. If you want to look at the attitudes, just add somewhat disagree, and strongly agree. You just add those 3. You can do that exercise very quickly. You're looking at around close to 40% are in the disagree realm. Now let's look at graphic design. There's a high probability that I would recommend brand X to others based on social media content I viewed with written content and a graphic design. Agree stands out like a sore thumb. 45%. Strongly agree. Close to 10%. It's over 10%. It's 12%. If you add 45 and 12%, you get 57% in the realm of agree. Some would agree. It's about 29%. So 57 plus 29%. You're looking at 86%. Please don't look at me as someone who just studied marketing. I do arithmetic. You have to pull out your calculators to get to that level. 86 in the realm of agree with a graphic design. You look at disagree, somewhat disagree. You don't even have strongly disagree. So in a percentage form, it's about 8% disagree, 6% strongly disagree. You've got 14% versus 86. Okay? And now we're looking at video content. Look at the difference. Close to 80% strongly agree that there is a high probability that I would recommend brand X to others based on the social media content I viewed with written content in a video. Look at the difference. Now, there is only about 25% to agree because close to 80% strongly agree. And less than 10% somewhat agree. Less than 10% are neutral. And it's such a minuscule, like 1 to 2% somewhat disagree and disagree. Nobody strongly disagrees. Look at that. That is significant. And ladies and gentlemen, this is seminal research, which means the first of its kind. So this is significant information that you're gaining. The knowledge that you have also differentiates you from your competition. Let's go into that because we also have to do mentorship. The knowledge that you have is also a key differentiator. Now, you have people who work technically, which is valuable. Then you have people who work strategically. the people who work strategically always earn more than the people who earn technically. Because when you're a strategist, you get paid to think. It doesn't mean you don't know how to work technically. It just means you also know how to think strategically. And you will always be more strategic the higher the more information that you get, the higher the level of your thinking, you'll always be more strategic. So the knowledge that you have also makes you competitive and differentiates you. And so if we look at question 6a, it says, I am committed to purchasing the services offered by brand X simply based on the content I viewed in written content only. If you look at it, more than 35% were neutral. They're like, I'm neither here nor there. And then you have close to 25% disagree. Close to 20% agree. And so it's not that impactful in terms of influencing someone to buy your products and services now. But if you look at the commitment to purchase based on graphic design and written content, so written content with a graphic design, it's about 43% agree. Then you have close to 30% somewhat agree, and about 10% strongly agree. It's a lot. It's very significant. There's a lot of customers there that you can attract. And thirdly, I am committed to purchasing the services offered by brand X based on the content I viewed with written content and a video. Look at that. 70% strongly agree. You add the 22% that agree, you've got 92% either strongly agree or agree. Then you have the 8% that somewhat agrees. And then you have the lower percentages, neutral to somewhat disagree and disagree. None of them strongly agree. We had to take you through this because we wanted to show you the specific questions we asked and how impactful it was. You can look at the last one, which says, based on the social media content I viewed, brand X would be my first choice. We're now taking it to the next level. Not only am I committed to purchasing the products and services, but I am committed to using brand X as my first choice. Simply based on the video and written content, 70% strongly agreed. About 25% agreed. About 12% somewhat agreed. So this is very, very important information. Now, going into the cultural domains of social media content creation, Dr. Shikanta Diop said, the mission of culture is survival and creativity. People must create to survive. Collective historical consciousness is one of humankind's chief means of survival and a source of creation. Destroy or stifle it, and the chances for survival of a people become questionable. The cultural personality of Africa is inseparable from the restoration of our collective historical consciousness, and culture consists of language, psyche, and history. Let me just explain that a bit further. So he said the mission of culture is creativity and survival of a people. To survive, you must create. Your indigenous culture is unique to the world. The teachings, the behaviors, the norms. It's unique to the world. So when your culture is destroyed, your ability to create is stifled. We always say, be yourself because nobody can be a better you than you. So your culture is what makes you unique because your environment is what informs your culture. So the environment that you live in will manifest your norms, your beliefs, your standards, your values, because that is what you're going to use to survive. So as a people, we said, umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. That's a value system that we believe that together, if we work together, we can realize our potential. That the essence of existence is in relationships. Umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. You become a human being through other human beings. The essence of existence is relationships. That's what the ancestors said. But another thing that the ancestor did, which was very smart with the languages, you see the issue around gender equality, gender identification. It is doing the rounds globally. Your ancestors dealt with that hundreds and probably even thousands of years ago. Because if you say he is intelligent in an indigenous sub-Saharan African language, it is the same as she is intelligent. O botlhale ka Setswana. He is intelligent in Setswana, o botlhale. She is intelligent, o botlhale. He is intelligent in isiZulu, o hlakaniphile. She is intelligent, o hlakaniphile. Same thing. All of the sub-Saharan African languages do not have he or she because our ancestors believed, and they were correct, that you cannot judge the character of an individual based on their gender, neither can you judge their abilities or their role in society. It is based on their individual characteristics and how they manifest in the community. So whether you're he or she is not that important. What's important is that you're a human being. Ubuntu, Botho. So that's what we have to offer the world. It's one of the founding tenets of our belief system that could benefit the world if the world was not too busy trying to impose their standards on us. They wouldn't be wasting a lot of energy on their conversations if they learned from us as opposed to trying to dominate us. So the survival of the world and what is happening to the world would have been different if you came to Africa with a paradigm of curiosity, of respect, and of learning. If you were willing to learn from us, we wouldn't have all these wars, all of these issues with gender-based violence, patriarchy. We'd have none of these issues if you had the humility to learn. But learning requires humility. We always say that arrogance is about thinking you know what you don't. And humility is about knowing that you do not know what you do not know. Humility is about the belief of being in touch with reality. The closer you are to reality, the more humble you are. The more further you are to reality, the more arrogant you are. So learning requires humility. And so that's very important as we understand. How do we create? How do we survive? What is culture? Now, language, we spoke about how that's important. Psyche, it's a very simple example. And by the way, these are my teachings, all of them. It's my teachings, the teachings of Ditshego Media, based on our research. And so this is the original way that we teach this, marketing to the world. And we're the best at it. Psyche, simple to understand that. So it's not really about words, it's about the paradigm behind the words. So you can say, you know what I'm saying, and then you can say, you know what I'm saying. Those are same words, different paradigm. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Same words, different paradigm. So the psyche is about how you process things, how you think about things, the mindset behind a phenomenon. So if you look at Kasi Nerd, if we're talking about creativity, if you look at Kasi Nerd, best-selling African fiction book has sold over 100,000 copies. You can't find Kasi Nerd written by someone who was born and bred in Germany, because there's no Kasi in Germany. Neither is there Kasi culture in Germany. And so this is our authentic creativity based on our culture and subcultures. That is what we have created to offer the world. And it has been read by the minister, the director general of cultural affairs in Austria, who wrote a very beautiful review of this book. And that's our authentic creativity that we are offering to the world. Then you have Module 8, which is the diversity and strategy canvas. We have to go through this quickly. Take your quick screen grab of that. It's design thinking, empathize, define, ideate, prototype, test, implement throughout. Write down your organizational goals and your personal goals and explain how you are going to achieve self-governance, your triple bottom line, which is not just about profit, it's about also profit as well as your stakeholders and the environment. Walk the talk, which is talk. How are you going to do that? Reflect and learn, which is very important in design thinking. And then before we go into your social media profile design, we have to take a 10-minute break because there is going to be a power outage in our area. So let's take the 10-minute break quickly. We will put back the social media strategy canvas on so that you can look into that, take a screen grab, and we will be back at 4:10 to finalize the masterclass. But before we do that, give yourselves a round of applause. All of you now qualify for this social media masterclass certificate, which I will sign. All you need to do, send an email to ditsegomedia@live.co.za. Send us your name, surname. You can even share your middle name, the town where you're from, the province, your profession or what you're studying, to ditsegomedia@live.co.za. CD is going to put it in the chats. And also share that information in the chats now. And you send it with your identification document, either your ID or your license or your passport, so that we can verify the information. But congratulations to you, Sagbongela. We're very happy for you that you have now improved your CV by making the sacrifice necessary, using your cognitive functionality, using cognitive effort to improve your profile, to enhance your knowledge, and to realize your potential. We will be right back.
Cinematography is how we tell your story.
We believe people are our biggest asset. Through our talented, dedicated team, we're ideally positioned to enable boundless potential.
The CEO is like the conductor of an orchestra who ignites the torch on the pathway of your potential. Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
In a world where businesses strive to make their mark, there is a force that empowers them to transcend boundaries and reach unprecedented heights. Welcome to the realm of Ditshego Media, where dreams transform into reality. Here, within
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. We went on very quick a break just so that we can deal with power outages. And once again, let me congratulate all of you who are still logged in. You qualify for the certificate, and we are going to start considering having different tiers of certificates, especially for people who have attended the social media masterclass more than once. All of the people who have attended more than once, we will consider a new form of certificate, and that will be for people who are repeat attendees, because the skills that you have obtained are obviously more advanced. The knowledge that you have grasped is also more advanced, and we need to recognize that. But for now, let me give you a round of applause. Well done, congratulations. You've made it through. Please send your name, surname, email address, town, city, profession, or what you are studying to Ditshego Media at live.co.za. Send it with your identity document, your license or your passport, anything to identify you, so that we can verify the information and also share it in the chats. The importance of sharing it in the chats is mostly for you to network, talk about what you're looking for. If you're looking for a bursary, you're looking for a job, please talk about whether it's an entry-level job, a middle management job, an executive job. Just talk about what you're looking for in the chats. You'll never know who's watching, because it's not just about how many people are watching, it's who is watching. And I can tell you, we get watched by top-level executives, entrepreneurs, progressive young people, both current and future leaders. So put yourself out there. What does your business do? What do you do? What can you offer? What have you achieved? What certificates do you have? Everything, put it in the chats, have that conversation, chat to each other, and let's make this work. Let's leverage this network. Thank you. So now we're going into the inclusion and diversity strategy canvas. Once again, we thank the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture for supporting this in line with social cohesion and nation building. And as we talk about nation building, we have to talk about diversity and inclusion, because it'll make our nation work better. So on the screen, you see it, Module 8, the Diversity and Inclusion Strategy Canvas. Just to let you in a secret, I was actually scheduled for another meeting, but I can't leave the social media masterclass without finishing it. That's just my commitment. So I've asked them to hang 10. I've got very important people on the line that I can't leave hanging. So you are that important to me. Yes. So this is the inclusion and diversity strategy canvas. Now, when we talk about design thinking, you say empathize, define, ideate, prototype, test, and implement. What are we talking about? Empathize goes beyond compassion. So it's not just feeling how you feel in a certain situation. It's not just understanding how you feel. But it's about literally putting myself in your shoes and asking myself very important questions. How can I make your life better using the products and services that we offer? How can I make you smile today? If I put myself in your shoes, how can I make what you do easier through the products and services that we make? And that requires me to put myself in your shoes. Understand how you feel. How do you experience our products and services? We need to understand that. That is to empathize. Put ourselves in your shoes. If we empathize with a great level of accuracy, we can then ideate, which means come up with ideas to resolve maybe the issues that we have. And before we ideate, we define. So we define what are the challenges that you have. At master's level, we call it your pains. We call it your pains. What are your pains? What makes it difficult for you to use our products and services? What makes it difficult for you to access them? What may be the weaknesses in our approach? Let's define. We define your challenges. We then ideate. For those who like brainstorming, so ideation is a part of brainstorming. So we come up with ideas to improve your customer experience. We come up with ideas to take our products and services to the next level. Come up with ideas, we debate them, we discuss them, we think about them. And it's always an important thing for you to take a step back and think. I say this to my team all the time. Yes, we want to be productive. Yes, it's important for us to work, but we can't just be working and working and working. Take a step back and think. Because you must reflect on whether or not what you're doing is working and what can we do to improve. It's a constant process. So our team has 1 hour a day dedicated to research and development. Keep researching your industry so that you can be at the cusp of the product service ecosystem. Keep doing the research so that you can be at the pulse of your industry. You understand the heartbeat of your industry. You know the trends. You can't be following them all the time. You have to be ahead of them. And then you prototype. So you create an example of the products and services that you're going to offer. You prototype it, right? So that is where you're actually creating it, right? So you're looking at it, you're analyzing it, you're examining it, you prototype it, then you test it. When you test it, it doesn't have to be scientific where you go to 120 people and ask them about it. You can start with 2 or 3 people. It can be small. And then you expand it a bit just to test whether or not what they said is valid. Then you implement. And what you need to constantly do is reflect and learn. You implement, it works, it doesn't work. You adjust, you pivot, you make it better. Maybe you change it a little bit, you make it more dynamic. You remove something that might not be necessary. You add something that you may have not thought of at the time that you were defining and ideating and prototyping and testing until you reach the sweet spot. But what is important, you need to constantly learn, because what is true today may not be true tomorrow, because the environment is ever changing. People's needs are ever changing. So what's also important is self-governance, triple bottom line, talk, reflect and learn. But let's go a little bit deeper, and you need to ask yourself, let's go to number 2. How diverse would you consider your social circles to be on a scale of 1 to 7? With 7 being highly diverse and 1 being not diverse as you wish. You'll find to a very large degree that your circles are not diverse based on your attitudes, attitudinal loyalty, your beliefs, behavioral loyalty, misconceptions and stereotyping. And being in your comfort zone is your enemy. It can only be a friend if you start to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. But generally speaking, it's not your friend. Get out of your comfort zone. Yes, it's not always going to be something that's pleasant. And sometimes your stereotypes are going to be seen as true based on very few experiences. And so you need to test it more broadly. So just because it didn't work out with one person doesn't mean that everybody is just the same. Even if it's 2 or 3 people, doesn't mean that everybody is the same. Everybody is not homogeneous. We are heterogeneous species. And so don't be afraid to give it another chance and another chance. Don't just wave your hand and say, I tried it, it didn't work. So think about that. How do I get out of my comfort zone? And start to speak with people of a diverse background, both in terms of language, geographics, where they are based, thinking, even their accent, where they are from, what they think, their race, their gender, their age. Try to have more diverse people around you, because that's exactly where the magic happens. When a diverse group of people come together and say, let's do this. We are united by this principle. The principle of the pursuit of excellence, or the principle that I want to learn something new about something from a different background than where I come from. But if you do not embrace diversity, then you're going to miss all of those opportunities to meet really great people who you have stereotyped. All right? And so we should also go to number 3, which is, would you consider your organization to be inclusive and diverse? That's going to require us to have a conversation. We must have a conversation about the difference between diversity and inclusion. And I'm speaking directly to Naledi. Diversity versus inclusion. Okay? Diversity is more quantitative. So when we talk about quantitative analysis or quantitative research, we're talking mostly about numbers, ratios. Okay? So we can say we've got a staff complement of 100 people, right? Out of the 100 people, let's say 15 are European. We've got 15% are European, 80% are African, maybe 2% are Asian, 1% is from the Americas, the other percent is from Australia. Let's just say that. Those are just the numbers. That's diversity. It's the number of people from the various backgrounds, right? We can even say, in our organization, we've got 1,000 people, of which 30% are young people between the ages of 18 to 35. That's diversity. But inclusivity is not diversity. To be inclusive, Naledi, you must be diverse, but being diverse does not make you inclusive. Being included is what happened to you. Congratulations. You were promoted to the executive committee of Ditshego Media. When you arrived here, you were a kid. I'm talking to you, Naledi. You had just graduated with a degree, with a diploma, with a qualification in graphic design. You were a child. Your auntie showed you Ditshego Media, and you came and applied. You're cute, baby. I didn't think you were going to make it through. But then I gave you a practical example that you needed to do. You did it with distinction, and you have never let us down as a company. Now, you are a part of the executive committee. You're a creative director at a multinational public relations agency, and you are the 2022 Prism Award Graphic Designer of the Year. I have to do everything. I got another diversity. So I must usually late. So we were diverse when you arrived after you graduated. But we may not have been inclusive. Your decision-making powers have increased, so you are now more included in the organization, to a point where you're now a part of the DNA and a very large part of our success. Because when we brought you in, we became more competitive and complex and sophisticated, because we're not just writing media releases and creating written content. We also supported the content with graphic designs. So we became diverse when you came in, but we became inclusive when you started to become an important part of genuine, authentic decision making. Not decision making where you rubber stamp, but decision making where you can hold the executive to account. You can tell truth to power, which hurts, but I would rather tell you. So, we'll be back. We'll be back. So I was talking about my father. We're back. That was the speed of lightning. We just had a bit of a network. My father didn't believe in inferiority complex. He didn't believe that Africa is a dark continent. He believed that it is the content of your character that mattered. But also, Africans had a big role to play in the civilization of the world. He believed in gender equality. And I never had issues in terms of gender dynamics. So that's how I was raised. Not everybody was raised like me. So we must address people who have misconceptions about gender, race, and all of those things. They must be addressed. But it gave birth to a career in yours that has been exciting to watch. And you're still young. You're going to be young for more than half a decade. That's beautiful to see your growth. So we praise you. We praise your family, the people who raised you, because a part of your professionalism is your upbringing. There are things that we can't teach you. Manners can't be taught. Respect can't be taught. And we hope you come with work ethic because it's difficult to teach. We can give you the skills. We can give you further mentorship. So your upbringing has a role to play. But what we believe is professionalism is rooted in gratitude. When you are grateful, even if you're not happy with the product or service you have received, and then somebody gives you that feedback, your response, if you have gratitude, is different from somebody who has a sense of entitlement. You are still grateful that the customer called you. You're still grateful that this is my customer. Yes, they're not happy now, but I'm still grateful that you gave me this opportunity and I'm going to make this right for you. That's gratitude. That's professionalism, rooted in gratitude. So that is a very good way of teaching diversity and inclusion. To be inclusive, you must be diverse, but diversity is not inclusion. Diversity is about the numbers. Inclusion is about the decision-making. Are you a part of the decision-making process? Genuinely. Then you go to the third level, which is belonging. When you are diverse and you've achieved inclusivity, people then get a sense of belonging. You won't find people talking about topics the whole day that are not relevant to you and creating their own little club on the side. No, I actually want to get to know you better. I want to know your favorite color, your favorite food, where you come from, your likes, your dislikes, because I am genuinely interested in you because we are an inclusive organization. Happy? Good. So that is the diversity and inclusivity canvas. Now let's go into your social media profile design. How do you design your social media profile? Your username. Now, you have a lot of people who use numbers in their username. They use usernames that are not relevant to what they do or what they stand for. You have pseudonyms, which is a name that stands in your real name but a fake name. So we recommend that you use your name and your surname. Name, surname is your username. If it's taken, because we have names that are common, your name _ surname. If it's taken, your surname and your initial, or your initial and your surname, or your initial _ your surname, or your name _ your initial, or your name and your initial. But find a way to use your name and surname. Profile picture, Maramukholo always said, dress the way you want to be addressed. So just make sure that your profile picture is aligned to your objectives. Brand identity. Separate your personal and company brands. So when you're posting about personal issues, you can show your personality. You can talk about, Pirates, Chiefs, Real Madrid, Manchester United, boxing, whatever, because that's your personality. You can make jokes, stuff like that, but not on your company profile, especially if that's not aligned to your company brand. Certainly, choosing a football team is not your company's brand. That's a personal choice. Your company is supported by all these different people who support different football teams. All right? Tonality. When posting from a company organization, keep it 100% professional. When posting from your personal account, ensure that it's aligned to your objectives. Differentiation. We talked about this. What makes you different? Your passions, unique life experiences, talents, achievements, goals. Number one is your achievements. And the things you've discovered, like new products and services that you've developed that are first of their kind. That's an achievement. Set the agenda. Start your topics proactively. I'm hoping we're going to see, because I'm about to log off. I hope I'm going to see social media masterclass, people posting. Please, hashtag social media masterclass. I want to see it on Twitter. Make sure that when I log off, I see it. Okay? Do that now. I want to see it. Set the agenda. This is a positive platform. All right? And as you can see, I'm about to pull up on you. So, you have to know that there's a difference between a live stream. I don't even know what's going on there. It's showing some other stuff. A live stream and a live premiere. So a live stream is what you're seeing here. It's genuinely live. And our next masterclass, we're going to use network bonding so that there's no more network issues. And we have it. We have the technology. A live premiere was pre-recorded and streamed live. You need to know that, ne? So this is a live stream. Now, to prove that it's live, I'm pulling up on you. So, Miss Shirley Jele, I see you're networking there. Love what you have written. She says, I am Shirley Jele from Bronkhorstspruit. Qualifications, I have digital computer in Microsoft, TEFL, and Mutapo Security Training College and P Ultra. So I'm pulling up on you. This is not what happens. So people live stream and people live premiere. We are live streaming. So I'm about to show you. I've got Matome Mparo. I've got Pago Rampa. I've got Matome, I see you again. Puselezo Mureti. I can see Mario Mangana. Maria, excuse me. I know a gentleman by the name of Mario. Maria Mangana. Excuse me. Again, please press the hearts. I need to see more hearts as I'm pulling up on you. Maria Mangena. Siyabonga. And then we've got, so I'm seeing you. Tlhologelo Khaizwe. I've got Mr. Msiza. So I can pull up on all of you. I've got Sesi Says with Mukhau Matladzwe. Okay. Theodora Kumalo. We've got Sesi Say. So this is a live stream. It's a real live stream. All of this was done live. I prefer my masterclasses to be done live rather than pre-recorded because there's a different feeling when it's live. And I actually prefer it to be in person. And so the difference between a live stream is that a live stream and a live premiere, live stream is really live. And then live premiere, it's pre-recorded. They can even go cut and re-record, and then it's live premiered, not streamed live. So motho a teng o go check us, o sebedisa checkers card ya gagwe, o reka snify mo le go check us le two ply le borotho love brown le botoro da so then ba mmotsa re plastic go Pick and Pay but a smart shopper card. So Rana Arnantu, I could go pick and pay now. I'm here live, I'm with you. I cancelled meetings because you're that important. All right. Set the agenda, develop your audience. Cross promotion. So, word of mouth, ask people to follow you. In the social media masterclass chats, put your social media handles there. Let people follow you. Screen grab them and follow them. You must use this platform because this is also a networking platform. This is a big networking platform. This is a platform with intellectual swag. This is a platform that reaches the entire country. This is a platform for productive people who are the future leaders of the country. This is a platform that says intellectual swag, it's cool to be intelligent. This is the platform that you come in, your CV is one way, you come out, the CV is another way. Intellectual swag. And so I can't bore you. I must make sure that your experience in this social media masterclass is entertaining. I have to make sure that you enjoy the moment, you enjoy the experience. We have to make it dynamic. We have to make it cool. It must be an experience that you will remember forever. So, you should use social media advertising and you'll be surprised. Even if your budget is 100 rands a month and you can say 60% to Facebook and Instagram, 40% to the rest, you'll see a huge improvement in engagement and followers. All right. Profile pictures. Now, you can screen grab that. This is not a science. As we spoke about earlier, perspectives are reality. Some of them are not the truth, but they are somebody's reality. They truly do believe something. So we need to be smart. It's not about right or wrong. It's about being smart. When we understand our audience, we know very well that if you look at the top left-hand corner, yes, if you're just a student, you're not looking for a job, that could be cool. You could get more followers. It can be a good strategy to get more followers. That could be cool. But if you're looking for a job, especially in the corporate world, you're not an artist, you're a top lawyer, you're looking to be an engineer, you need to understand the perceptions of your target audience. And of course, they will have their own perspectives about the top left hand and the bottom left hand corner. We're not saying it's right or wrong. We're just saying reality, it won't be in your best interests, especially if you're not just a student or a young person who's not looking for professional development. We recommend all of the profile pictures that are checked in green, and you don't need a professional photo shoot. Simple white background or a simple background, the smartphones that you're using are really high quality. You can get a friend to shoot a very nice profile picture of you. All right? So that's what we recommend. In the bottom right-hand corner, we'll discuss because we do believe that attire is relevant for the African market. Our weather is hot. And as we said, culture informs creativity. And creativity informs survival. Suits, yeah, European. It could be good for the European market, or when it's a bit cold or in the evening, especially in South Africa. We've got weather that, it goes from hot to cold now and again. But generally speaking, when it's hot, that African top is professional. We also say the hair on the top right is professional because that's your natural hair. There's nothing unprofessional about your natural hair. So we must embrace that. And that's a part of the change we need to bring. Now let's go into your social media strategy canvas. It also uses design thinking as a theoretical underpinning. So you empathize, study your audience. You can do it through research. You don't have to do it scientifically. Speak to people around your area. Speak to your next door neighbors. Speak to your colleagues at school. Speak to people and ask them about what content they find interesting on social media. What content do they not like? And what is missing? Where are the gaps? Ask them. You can ask 5 people and get some interesting insights. Your own observations. Look at what works and what aligns to your brand. A lot of what works is not going to align to your brand. Understand why it works, but use techniques that align to your brand. Define the core interests and challenges of your target audience. Ideate. Develop ideas that respond to their wants, needs, desires, and challenges. Motivation always works. Everybody needs motivation, and it helps. So if you can find something that's motivating or something that's insightful. The book that you're reading is always relevant. Insights from the book you're reading, always relevant. Ask yourself a question. What do you think the top CEOs and executives do in their spare time? They read books. That's how they got to where they are, most of them. You want to target productive people. And productive people read books for leisure. As soon as you post a book that you're reading, you're already going to appeal to a productive market. Yes, it's not overnight sales, but it's a seed that you're planting for the future. So that helps. Social media masterclass. You should be posting this. You should be bragging about this. You should be doing screen grabs. You should be taking the nuggets and sharing them. Because it says a lot about you and what you stand for. We spoke about the Eldman's barometer, that the values of your target audience are relevant in their decision making. Reading books is a value. Attending the social media masterclass demonstrates that you are speaking to global leaders in social media about it and you're being trained by them. That's good. And so you should post about the good things you're doing, great events that you're attending, the books that you're reading, insights that you have, your own thinking, your own motivation, your own insights, things that you can teach people. One of my insights is the beginning of the end of a relationship is when you lose the appetite to impress. When people just throw their hands, they're like, sis, that shows that you've lost the appetite to impress. You're no longer bringing your A game. You go on a date, no flowers. You're going to the same place every single day. That doesn't matter whether ukhodila, wakhola, whatever. Same thing every single time. And there's nothing special that you're doing to surprise your partner. You probably don't even know their favorite color. You don't know their favorite color, then you're going to buy a gift. You don't even know what gift to buy them. You even forgot their birthday. You forgot their anniversary. You even ask her, hey, how's your grandmother doing? Grandmother passed away. Dude, you've lost the appetite to impress. Then you prototype, write a storyboard or a content plan with themes of interest. You test. Share the content with a close group. Then, if comfortable with a large audience, measure success and reflect. Monitor the impact of the campaign and note the learnings that can be used to improve. And here in the strategy canvas, which you are very, very free to screen grab, write your personal objectives. Yes, you're young. Some of you are looking for a girlfriend. That's clear. Some of you want a boyfriend. It's okay. Write it down. You want more friends? Write it down. Okay. What are your personal objectives? Organizational objectives. Now, under personal, you can also write professional. What are you trying to achieve? What are your goals? What are your objectives? organizational objectives, partners, your stakeholders, and your messages. That's why we say the genesis of innovation is asking the right questions. Curiosity is a process of discovery, and discovery unlocks endless opportunities. You need to ask yourself the right questions. Sometimes you need to evaluate something rather than just coming up with the solution. Don't rush to solutioning. Understand the problem first. You'll save a lot of time. Designing strategic social media content. Now, this is the process that we recommend you follow in developing your social media content strategically. 1, list your objectives. Let's talk about strategy. Peter Drucker once said that strategy eats... No, it didn't say that. It didn't say that. It said culture eats strategy for breakfast. So if the organizational culture is not conducive to your strategy is not going to work. Easy way to understand culture, it's just your way of life and the beliefs that underpin your way of life and your decision making. It's a way of life culture. It's your decision making and the beliefs that underpin it. And so if you have the wrong habits, you're not going to eat a healthy diet. And I'm going to also talk about health. For those who stay behind, I'm going to have a quick discussion about health that's going to help you, especially for people who wake up tired. At the end, you can even log off. I'm going to talk to the people who want to know more about health. But strategy is not an individual activity. It's a process. That's why it's difficult to define. A strategy starts where you define your challenges, you then understand them, you then develop objectives to address the challenges or your goals, you then develop the activities to achieve your objectives, you then allocate resources and time to achieving your objectives and solving all those problems and achieving all those goals. It's a process. You can't say, if I have an objective and I have an activity, that's a strategy. Yes, that's strategic because your actions are going to be defined by your objective. So it is strategic because it's about direction, but it's also about understanding the problem properly. You need to understand the problem. It's also about allocating sufficient resources to resolve the problem. Because you're taking action, but you don't have resources. That's not strategic. There's an American president who used to say, don't tell me what you stand for. Tell me, he said, don't tell me what you stand for. Show me your budget and I'll tell you what you stand for. Because that's a simple way of saying, put your money where your mouth is. Gabo, now you say you stand for this. Are you allocating resources to that? And how much? And what is the ratio between those resources and others? That's how I'll see if you're taking this seriously. But let's do it like this. That doesn't work. Yes, less yada yada, more ching ching. We want action. And so there cannot be action without resources. We laugh at a lot of companies. Hey, I want to take my brand to the next level. Sometimes you go, oh, it's so cute. And our budget, it's not that much, you know? 8,000 for the whole year. No. We need to have no somewhere here on one of the buttons. No, that's so cute. Don't punch in. You want to spend 8,000 rand on marketing? Oh, you're so cute. Oh, that's so cute. How punch in. How tlakwano. Tshwara papa ka ditsebe, man. Your competition is spending 100 million rands on advertising, and you said you want to take your brand to the next level. Ka 8,000. That's a joke. And so you must allocate sufficient resources. If you are serious about your objective, you'll be serious about your budget. You'll be serious about how you allocate the budget. All right? And so that's strategic thinking. All right, let's go back. Develop an understanding of your audience. What are their likes and dislikes? Create content aligned to your objectives. Basically, stay focused. Now, we're not saying only aligned to your objectives. Some of the things you do may not be aligned, but mostly align. Because you may be boring if you're only being serious. Sometimes you need to try something different, but mostly just align to your objectives. Be interesting and show personality. So I'm going to give you an example of my objectives. Just so that you know the blueprint, and we have a bit of a model to use to develop your own. To inspire, inform, and educate my audience in an entertaining way. To grow the brands of my businesses, nonprofit organizations, and my personal brand. To unite the people of Africa and promote Africa as a continent with a glorious past, which is destined for greatness. To radiate authentic optimism in a manner that I can also be vulnerable and show my failures, losses, and mistakes. And lastly, but not least, to make it cool to be intelligent, intellectual swag. Now, what does it mean to be ready for prime time? We talk about that a lot. 1, it means to be proactive, so you must create a content plan. 2, be productive. Align your objectives with your content. Once they are misaligned, that's unproductive. But if you feel it's worth it and you'd like to try it, but be mostly aligned to your objectives. 3, responsive. Provide timeless and comprehensive responses. 4, reliable. Verify the information that you share. 5, be passionate. Being passionate means you exude energy that inspires confidence. You can be passionate about anything and people will follow you. You've got somebody in the United States who's passionate about rockets. Most of his followers have no interest in building a rocket or learning how to build them better. But he's passionate about it and he's got a lot of followers. Ntate Elon, we must attend the next one. Compassion. Put yourself in the shoes of your audience. That's what design thinking is all about. Empathize. Put yourself in other people's shoes. What to avoid? Remember your objectives. You know, when you feel lost, or you feel you're going in the wrong direction, or you wonder, what the hell am I doing? Always ask yourself, why did I start this? Because that's where the soul is. Why did I start this? Why did I join this? You know you didn't join social media to burn bridges, so don't burn bridges. mudslinging, tours, insults, unnecessary. There's nothing that you'll gain from that. Discrimination, making sweeping statements about people based on religion, tribe, race, gender, sexual orientation. Profanities, using swear words, avoid that. Fake news, unverified information. Gossip about the company you work for or colleagues, that's not good. Drunken posts. When you are inspired by toxins, stay off of social media. Measurement of social media campaigns. This is information that is not even taught at university level in terms of social media and digital communication. So these are things that are very advanced and sophisticated. A buzz cannot be measured. So marketing practitioners must begin by establishing measurable objectives. So one way you'll know that it's measurable is there's a date when you would like to achieve it, and there's a number in the objective. So there's a unit of measurement. And ensuring that their campaigns are constantly aligned with these objectives, their brand personality and values the organization stands for. An example of a measurable objectives would be the following. 2 examples of customer service objectives that are measurable. To respond to 95% of customer queries within 1 hour. So you've got a percentage and you've got time. Another customer service objective, number 2. To resolve 90% of customer complaints within 3 working days. That's specific, it's measurable, it's time-bound. 3, sales and advertising objectives. To attract 100 customer leads per day. The second one, which is number 4. To convert 5 out of every 100 new customer lead. 5, public relations objective. To publish 1 thought leadership article per quarter. 6, public relations. To participate in 1 media interview per month. Branding, to position the organization as the most innovative by 75% of its target audience. 9.2, measurement of a social media campaign. You can measure 1, publication of key messages. 2, share of media space versus competitors. 3, media reach, which is engagements, interactions, and views. 4, event attendance. 5, unique website visitors. 6, downloads of content that you've published. Advocacy, positive comments, and lastly, leads. How did your social media campaign lead to new business? So in terms of the framework of social media content, what's important is that we believe that prime time is between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. That's number 1 on all social media platforms. And that's because most journalists only arrive at the office at 9 o'clock and most competition starts after 9. A lot of people haven't thought of what they can post between 7 and 9, but the same people have logged in and checked what is being posted. So you've got less competition, which means more share of the space. You've got more audience and also the feeling. So the mood of the audience is higher early in the morning. Why 6 to 9 p.m. at night? Well, you've just gone through traffic, so you don't have those headaches of traffic. Your day is over. Even if it was tough, you're relieved. You made it home, you're safe, you're seeing people, you're talking to people you love, you might have a good meal, you might be watching a nice program, so you're in a better mood. A lot of the things that needed to be posted by the media have been posted, so you've got higher share of the media space and more eyeballs because people are now relaxed, less people are at work, a lot of people are on their devices. And lastly, if you don't know your worth, then nobody will appreciate your value. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the Social Media Masterclass. You now qualify to get yourself a certificate. Please send an email to ditshego@live.co.za. Please send your name, surname, ID or license or passport, identification document. It can be a passport, it can be a license, it can be an ID so that we can verify your identity. Please share your hometown, home province. Please also share your age. We'd like to know how old you are. Please share your profession. Where do you work? What is your profession? And please also share what are you studying, where are you studying. So where you work, what are you doing at the job that you work at, what is your profession, and where are you studying, or both if you're doing both. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break because I'm going to come back and talk about health. I promise to talk about health. I'll keep this on the screen, then we'll talk about health quickly. Then siyayivala. Yaphela i-social media masterclass. So you can put your details in the chats. Keep networking, keep chatting. And I congratulate you once again for completing Ditshego Media's social media masterclass.
My rights.
Sir, you have the right to remain silent.
You know who I am?
Papa, we don't know who you are. In the car.
People need to know you when you're growing your business. That's why you should invest in marketing solutions that will connect you to your target audience.
Say me, bro, what are you doing over here?
Things they don't know why.
Don't worry, my bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Don't worry, my bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
But what do you mean?
Relax, me bro. I'm not gonna be here for long.
Hi.
What do you think of Twitter trolls?
Well, it's free advertising, so we welcome them.
What do you think about marketing?
Well, marketing is important because you can have the greatest products and services in the world. But what's the point if people don't know about them? So you need to get your name out there.
Do you think it's gonna work?
Absolutely. Our clients are well taken care of.
Is that him? It is him.
Hi, my name is Mr. Ditshego.
Oh, we know who you are, sir.
I'm here to release my client, Mr. Michael Fenter.
Mr. Michael Fenton, you're free to go.
But what about me?
You see, people know me around here. Call this company.
Ish. And I know this company.
You should have called them because
Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Crafting stories, shaping brands, designing a world of possibilities.
Elevate your brand's industry presence as your inspiring voice shapes innovation, perspectives, and success.
A picture tells 1,000 words. Discover the extraordinary influence of photography to ignite your brand.
The spark of a true marketing success lies not only in promoting your brand, but in creating something worth talking about.
Discover the true essence of web design as we decode your marketing objectives and transcend the limitations.
Cut. At the end of the day, cinematography is how we tell your story.
We believe people are our biggest asset. Through our talented, dedicated team, we're ideally positioned to enable boundless potential.
The CEO is like the conductor of an orchestra who ignites the torch on the pathway of your potential. Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
In a world where businesses strive to make their mark, there is a force that empowers them to transcend boundaries and reach unprecedented heights. Welcome to the realm of Ditshego Media, where dreams transform into reality. Here, within the walls of innovation and creativity, a team of experts harness the power of strategic marketing to ignite the growth of companies like yours. Through a harmonious blend of digital sorcery, data wizardry, and authentic creativity, we craft bespoke marketing solutions tailored to your unique vision. Our expertise amplifies your voice, ensuring it reaches the right audience at the right time. Witness the companies achieve new milestones. Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Bogata.
Are you aware that your backlights are not working?
Ma'am, are you aware that you're blinding my eyes with that torch?
Yeah, Booty. We ask the questions and you answer.
Hey, Batum, do you know who I am?
Sir, no, we don't know who you are. Please step out of the car. Oh, you're even on your phone. You're under arrest. Out of the car.
Can I know my rights?
Sir, you have the right to remain silent.
Do you know who I am?
Papa, we don't know who you are. In the car.
People need to know you when you're growing your business. That's why you should invest in marketing solutions that will connect you to your target audience.
Say me, bro, what are you doing over here?
Things you don't know why.
Don't worry, my bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Don't worry, my bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
But what do you mean?
Relax, my bro. I'm not gonna be here for long.
Hi.
What do you think of teacher trolls?
Well, it's free advertising, so we welcome them.
What do you think about marketing?
Well, marketing is important because you can have the greatest products and services in the world. But what's the point if people don't know about them? So you need to get your name out there.
Do you think it's gonna work?
Absolutely. Our clients are well taken care of.
Is that him? It is him.
Hi, my name is Mr. Ditshego.
Oh, we know who you are, sir.
I'm here to release my client, Mr. Michael Fenter.
Mr. Michael Fenton,
All
you're
right,
free
so
to
we
go.
are
But what
back.
about me?
Thank you very much. We're going to talk about health now. It's time for us to talk about health. So there are different approaches here. So you have a lot of people who are trying to lose weight. You have a lot of people trying to get more healthy. And that is very important for you to be productive. So let's say you're trying to lose weight and you've been on this journey. Let's say you went to the gym, you changed your diet, you lost weight, you got into shape, the shape that you want, but you regain it and maybe you end up gaining more than you had when you started. Or let's say also other people, you're in good shape, but you've got issues with productivity. You get tired easily. You wake up and you're tired and you're wondering, what's the issue? So there is a bit of a theory that I'd like to share with you. One, your health to a large degree begins with the quality of your sleep. The quality of your sleep is highly related to the quality of your diet. Now, people's bodies are different, okay? What may work for you may not work for somebody else, okay? So, to a large degree, if you consume processed foods, particularly those that are packaged and have sugar in them, to a very large degree, some of those products can spike your blood sugar levels. Now, the interesting thing is, if you consume such products that are processed and they spike your blood sugar level, some people they don't, some people they do. Most of the time, you will find that you will sleep, but you will not reach the last 2 stages of sleep. So there's 4 stages. So the last 2 stages, which includes rapid eye movement, the deepest stage of sleep. If you do not reach that stage of sleep, when you wake up, you'll wake up tired. So obviously, the amount of rest that you achieve is both in terms of the length, you want to sleep for more than 7 or more hours, and the quality. If you miss one of these two, you will not feel well rested. And if you add the third one, which is consistency, so you are sleeping at around the same time every day for the same duration, which is beyond 7 minutes, and the quality is very good. You're reaching the last two phases, third and fourth phase of sleep. Then when you wake up, you feel well rested. If you miss any of these steps, you wake up, usually you're going to feel tired. And you can sleep again and you still will not feel refreshed. So that applies to when you spike your blood sugar levels too high. So when you're consuming sugar, sometimes it's much better to see it actually going into the cup rather than finding it already there for you, because the one that's prepared for you can spike your blood sugar levels more than the one that you're pouring in tea, for example. All right? Honey is also much better. Okay? And then you have alcohol, which does the same thing. And it will ruin the quality of your sleep as well as your cognitive capacity. So you literally become less capable intellectually over the years as you consume alcohol. And it can start from as little as 3 glasses of wine per week. So you can just imagine what it does to a heavy drinker. All right. So it will disrupt your sleep. So there's a difference between being sedated and being asleep. When you drink alcohol, yes, you think you're sleeping, but you're actually sedated. That's why when you wake up, you're tired. When you consume a lot of these products that spike your blood sugar levels, yes, you sleep, right? But you're more sedated than you are asleep. Okay. So you're not getting the last 2 stages of rest. So, for the most part, a plant-based diet. Plants include fruits and nuts and salads. Water. You can incorporate teas. If that's the basis of your diet and you haven't spiked your sugar level, you haven't consumed alcohol, you get a little bit of exercise in, then you sleep, you wake up refreshed. If you're having a healthy diet. But if you don't have a healthy diet, you sleep and you sleep and you sleep and you wake up and you are tired. So you have to look out for that. And, products like coffee. Coffee has health benefits, but if it has caffeine, then for many people, it will spark the fight or flight mode of your brain, which means when you see danger, you either fight or you flight. So you become more anxious. Sugar does the same thing. If you consume too much sugar, then you become even more anxious and nervous and so on. So that was just the health topic of some of the insights, things that we've learned over the years. If you want to be more productive, eat healthy. Make sure that you sleep for long enough, quality sleep. Try to sleep at the same hours a day. And the last thing is understand what is the circadian rhythm. So, you know what happens? We see the sun, it's bright outside. Then when Mother Nature turns off the lights, we switch on the lights. And when you switch on the lights, you're going to find it difficult to sleep. So you need to switch off at least like half of the lights after 7 p.m. so that you can begin to get into the melatonin state where you have more melatonin and your body is starting to cool down and calm down. Taking a hot bath or shower in the evening warms up your body, then cools it down. That process of warming it up and cooling it down prepares you for sleep. So it's good for sleep. And then reading a book after that can also rest your mind, because a book helps you to travel. So your mind then rests and doesn't think about the moment and all the stress. So it helps you to rest. It's a active cognitive exercise. So it's going to help you to sleep. So you have to look at how much light is coming into your eyes through the cell phones and your computers, through the lights. Reduce it. Take a bath or a shower. Read a book. Start to calm down. Listening to rain sounds also helps. Don't consume things that are going to spike your sugar level, because you won't feel rested when you're done. And the funny thing is, it's not just at night. Anytime during the day, spike it, try to sleep at night. You'll see it's very difficult for you to get well rested. So if you're well rested, you wake up, you're rejuvenated. And if that's what you're doing, if you're saying, I'm trying to improve the quality of my sleep by improving my diet and some of my lifestyle issues, naturally the weight is going to go. You don't have to worry about that. Focus on the quality of your sleep. It'll improve the quality of your life. All right. Thank you very much for everyone who's still tuned in. Have a great evening. And once again, congratulations.
A team of experts harness the power of strategic marketing to ignite the growth of companies like yours. Through a harmonious blend of digital sorcery, data wizardry, and authentic creativity, we craft bespoke marketing solutions tailored to your unique vision. Our expertise amplifies your voice, ensuring it reaches the right audience at the right time. Witness the transformation as startups blossom into industry leaders and established companies achieve new milestones. Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Are you aware that your backlights are not working?
Ma'am, are you aware that you're blinding my eyes with that torch?
Yeah, but we ask the questions and you answer.
Hey, but you know who I am.
Sir, no, we don't know who you are. Please step out of the car. Oh, you're even on your phone. You're under arrest. Out of the car.
I know my rights.
Sir, you have the right to remain silent.
You know who I am.
Papa, we don't know who you are. In the car.
People need to know you when you're growing your business. That's why you should invest in marketing solutions that will connect you to your target audience.
Say, my bro, what are you doing over here?
Things I don't know why.
Don't worry, my bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Don't worry, my bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
But what do you mean?
Relax, my bro. I'm not gonna be here for long.
Hi, what do you think of teacher trolls?
Well, it's free advertising, so we welcome them.
What do you think about marketing?
Well, marketing is important because you can have the greatest products and services in the world. But what's the point if people don't know about them? So you need to get your name out there.
You think it's gonna work?
Absolutely. Our clients are well taken care of.
Is that him? It is him.
Hi, my name is Mr. Ditshego.
Oh, we know who you are, sir.
I'm here to release my client, Mr. Michael Fenter.
Mr. Michael Fenton, you're free to go.
But what about me?
You see, people know me around here. Call this company.
And I know this company.
You should have called them because you know who they are, but we still don't know who you are.
Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Crafting stories, shaping brands, designing a world of possibilities.
Elevate your brand's industry presence as your inspiring voice shapes innovation, perspectives, and success.
A picture tells 1,000 words. Discover the extraordinary influence of photography to ignite your brain.
The spark of a true marketing success lies not only in promoting your brand, but in creating something worth talking about.
Discover the true essence of web design as we decode your marketing objectives and transcend the limitations.
Cut! At the end of the day, cinematography is how we tell your story.
We believe people are our biggest asset. Through our talented, dedicated team, we're ideally positioned to enable Bounder's potential.
The CEO is like the conductor of an orchestra who ignites the torch on the pathway of your potential. Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
In a world where businesses strive to make their mark, there is a force that empowers them to transcend boundaries and reach unprecedented heights. Welcome to the realm of Ditshego Media, where dreams transform into reality. Here, within the walls of innovation and creativity, a team of experts harness the power of strategic marketing to ignite the growth of companies like yours. Through a harmonious blend of digital sorcery, data wizardry, and authentic creativity, we craft bespoke marketing solutions tailored to your unique vision. Our expertise amplifies your voice, ensuring it reaches the right audience at the right time. Witness the transformation as startups blossom into industry leaders and established companies achieve new milestones. Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Are you aware that your backlights are not working?
Ma'am, are you aware that you're blinding my eyes with that torch?
Yeah, but we ask the questions and you answer.
Hey, but you know who I am.
Sir, no, we don't know who you are. Please step out of the car. Oh, you're even on your phone. You're under arrest. Out of the car.
Can't I know my rights?
Sir, you have the right to remain silent.
You know who I am.
Papa, we don't know who you are. In the car.
People need to know you when you're growing your business. That's why you should invest in marketing solutions that will connect you to your target audience.
Say me, bro, what are you doing over here?
Things I don't know why.
Don't worry, me, bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Don't worry, me, bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
But what do you mean?
Relax, me, bro. I'm not gonna be here for long.
Hi, what do you think of Ditshego?
Well, it's free advertising, so we welcome it.
What do you think about marketing?
Well, marketing is important because you can have the greatest products and services in the world, but what's the point if people don't know about them? So you need to get your name out there.
You think it's gonna work?
Absolutely, our clients are well taken care of.
Is that him? It is him.
Hi, my name is Mr. Ditshego.
Oh, we know who you are, sir.
I'm here to release my client, Mr. Michael Fenter.
Mr. Michael Fenton, you're free to go.
But what about me?
You see, people know me around here. Call this company.
And I know this company.
You should have called them because you know who they are, but they still don't know who you are.
Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Crafting stories, shaping brands, designing a world of possibilities.
Elevate your brand's industry presence as your inspiring voice shapes innovation, perspectives, and success.
A picture tells 1,000 words. Discover the extraordinary influence of photography to ignite your brand.
The spark of a true marketing success lies not only in promoting your brand, but in creating something worth talking about.
Discover the true essence of web design as we decode your marketing objectives and transcend the limitations.
Cut! At the end of the day, cinematography is how we tell your story.
We believe people are our biggest asset. Through our talented, dedicated team, we're ideally positioned to enable Bounder's potential.
The CEO is like the conductor of an orchestra who ignites the torch on the pathway of your potential. Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
In a world where businesses strive to make their mark, there is a force that empowers them to transcend boundaries and reach unprecedented heights. Welcome to the realm of Ditshego Media, where dreams transform into reality. Here, within the walls of innovation and creativity, a team of experts harness the power of strategic marketing to ignite the growth of companies like yours. Through a harmonious blend of digital sorcery, data wizardry, and authentic creativity, we craft bespoke marketing solutions tailored to your unique vision. Our expertise amplifies your voice, ensuring it reaches the right audience at the right time. Witness the transformation as startups blossom into industry leaders and established companies achieve new milestones. Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Are you aware that your backlights are not working?
Ma'am, are you aware that you're blinding my eyes with that torch?
Yeah, Booty. We ask the questions and you answer.
Hey, Bathroom, do you know who I am?
Sir, no, we don't know who you are. Please step out of the car. Oh, you're even on your phone. You're under arrest. Out of the car.
Can I know my rights?
Sir, you have the right to remain silent.
You know who I am?
Papa, we don't know who you are. In the car.
People need to know you when you're growing your business. That's why you should invest in marketing solutions that will connect you to your target audience.
Say, my bro, what are you doing over here?
Things they don't know who I am.
Don't worry, my bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Don't worry, my bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
But what do you mean?
Relax, my bro. I'm not gonna be here for long.
Hi, what do you think of teacher trolls?
Well, it's free advertising, so we welcome them.
What do you think about marketing?
Well, marketing is important because you can have the greatest products and services in the world. But what's the point if people don't know about them? So you need to get your name out there.
Do you think it's gonna work?
Absolutely. Our clients are well taken care of.
Is that him? It is him.
Hi, my name is Mr. Ditshego.
Oh, we know who you are, sir.
I'm here to release my client, Mr. Michael Fenter.
Mr. Michael Fenter, you're free to go.
But what about me?
You see, people know me around here. Call this company.
Ish. And I know this company.
You should have called them because you know who they are, but we still don't know who you are.
Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Crafting stories, shaping brands, designing a world of possibilities.
Elevate your brand's industry presence as your inspiring voice shapes innovation, perspectives, and success.
A picture tells 1,000 words. Discover the extraordinary influence of photography to ignite your brand.
The spark of a true marketing success lies not only in promoting your brand, but in creating something worth talking about.
Discover the true essence of web design as we decode your marketing objectives and transcend the limitations.
Cut. At the end of the day, cinematography is how we tell your story.
We believe people are our biggest asset. Through our talented, dedicated team, we're ideally positioned to enable boundless potential.
The CEO is like the conductor of an orchestra who ignites the torch on the pathway of your potential. Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
In a world where businesses strive to make their mark, there is a force that empowers them to transcend boundaries and reach unprecedented heights. Welcome to the realm of Ditshego Media, where dreams transform into reality. Here, within the walls of innovation and creativity, a team of experts harness the power of strategic marketing to ignite the growth of companies like yours. Through a harmonious blend of digital sorcery, data wizardry, and authentic creativity, we craft bespoke marketing solutions tailored to your unique vision. Our expertise amplifies your voice, ensuring it reaches the right audience at the right time. Witness the transformation as startups blossom into industry leaders and established companies achieve new milestones. Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Are you aware that your backlights are not working?
Ma'am, are you aware that you're blinding my eyes with that torch?
Yeah, Booty. We ask the questions and you answer.
Hey, Bathroom, do you know who I am?
Sir, no, we don't know who you are. Please step out of the car. Oh, you're even on your phone. You're under arrest. Out of the car.
Can I know my rights?
Sir, you have the right to remain silent.
You know who I am?
Papa, we don't know who you are. In the car.
People need to know you when you're growing your business. That's why you should invest in marketing solutions that will connect you to your target audience.
Say, my bro, what are you doing over here?
Things they don't know who I am.
Don't worry, my bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
Ditshego Media. Ignite your potential.
Don't worry, my bro. I'll get to know you tonight.
But what do you mean?
Relax, my bro. I'm not gonna be here for long.
Hi, what do you think of teacher trolls?
Well, it's free advertising, so we welcome them.
What do you think about marketing?
Well, marketing is important because you can have the greatest products and services in the world. But what's the point if people don't know about them?